Okay. On go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Now, this is Tales of Eternia. If you played it in English, like when you're a kid or whatever, it's Tales of Destiny 2. And they changed the name because there would have been a trademark infringement. Mattel, who has He-Man, has that trademark. The Eternia playset or something. So that's why there are two Tales of Destiny 2s. And I'm playing in Japanese because I'm not using this skill overflow glitch thing that's really broken. It would be like a different category, but the menus are nicer for the most part. Like in the English version, your items are in one column, I think, and here they're on two. The strategy menus are different, and because the skill menu and all this stuff is different in testing and localization and stuff, they overlooked something pretty breaking. If you like scroll down the page for one page of skills and scroll up, you can go off the page, for instance, and you can do all kinds of stuff, but that's not in here, so we don't have access to that. And at the start here, I'm going to do a save warp. As soon as I take one step into a area with encounters, I'm going to get in a battle. And if I do this, I skip like 2 screens, because the way saving and loading works is the last save crystal you had been to, if you load, well, you're there. But we haven't been to one yet, so it brings us here. And for the hopefully 5 random encounters I'm gonna get, I think it's 5 or 6, I'm gonna run away. Just because we don't need that. So like throughout the game, I'm going to be pretty underleveled, I'd say. So we have to rely on some kind of game-breaking stats. They're not quite as bad as the skill glitch, but you'll see. And right now we'll be getting Merity. Merity's not going to join us in the first fight though. It's a little bit of a slow start, but for the most part, there's a lot you do. There's like 3 kind of large dialogue areas. One of them I wish we could skip, but this game doesn't take kindly to sequence breaks like the other Tales games and stuff. You have to hit your triggers. And at the start, those options I set was 2 of them were preference. Like I said, the menu color, because I hate the default color. It's like to see black. It's easier on the eyes. One of them was in the menu. Your characters are like their sprites. I prefer to just make it their portraits. However, there's a couple settings that do matter. One is the text speed, and we put that on instant. And then another important one is encounter check. That is when you start a battle, it will look at the enemies and you can't do anything during that, and then it will pan the camera back to you. So it just wastes time. I know what I'm going to be fighting. And in a bit that's going to be question mark, which you will see is later on as Hades. And the other one was I turned the event voices off. So like sometimes the music's going to get quiet because they expect the voices to be on, but it actually slows down the game like a tremendous amount. It's like 10 minutes per hour. So this game would be like almost an hour long, at least on PS1. I run on PS1 because I prefer to just play it for the system I came out for. I'm picky. Right here, I set reverse formation and okay, he didn't get a cast. That's good. Reverse formations to get Farrah to come fight. That's actually really rare that he doesn't cast. However, it's usually like a 9.5 second fight regardless. Even if he does hit you with Sparkwave. If he hits you with Thunderblade, he's probably going to chain in Sparkwave. And unlike hardcore mode, or Mania in Japanese, this fight is insanely difficult. Like that mode is brutal. Enemies chain cast up to like 4 times, have more spells, have instant cast. So I'm just playing on normal. I can probably do it on hard. I believe you get a 25% increase to enemy stats, but I'm not going to do that as I haven't even tried that. It would just be more items, it'd be the same run. The only time I do hard is like for all bosses where I do it to fight Arsh, and that's different category. Yeah, on Mania this is awful. You start the game with, I think it's 4 apple gels and 1 orange gel. And if you use those in that battle against Theodos and you retry, you don't get your items back. So it's impossible to beat it in that situation, pretty much. Also, my throat's sore and it's killing me, so I might mute at some point. We'll see if I can commentate the whole time. I don't know. But in a bit, I'm gonna actually get to move, which is now. And for my camera on the overworld, I opt not to turn it, mainly because it kind of gets rid of the human error. Because obviously if you keep turning your camera, it's going to be different every time. So I just go with default camera, usually. There's a couple parts where I have to actually move it. That'll come up later. Okay, no ambush. That fight could have been an ambush. You can get 2 of them in the run. It's not bad. It just takes a bit more time. But right now we are on our way to Regulus Dojo. I kind of know the story. I mean, I've only played it in English like a few times. Not that long ago I did, only because I needed to like go see what some text said. I can't read this. But I do know what my items are and my skills and all that stuff. Not that long ago I did, only because I needed to like go see what some text said. I can't read this. Although right here, but I do know what this is where they introduce themselves. And we learn Meridy's name, but we can't understand her because she knows Melnix. That's like the Celestia language. This world of Eternia is split into 2 worlds, or realms, whatever you want to call it. And we're on Inferior, which is actually inferior to Celestia. You'll see a pretty good example later. Right now, we're trying to find a way to translate Meredy. So we're gonna go talk to Kyo, their childhood friend. Kyo is really important to the run. I'm gonna be using him for most of disc 1 and 2. I could use Meredy, but her spells aren't quite as good. And Kyo has a unique feature to him that she doesn't have, which I'll get into when I get him. Skip this F and V. Yeah, that beep, that's what happens. But yeah, there's pebbles come down here, and because of those pebbles, we can't even cross. Apparently. So I'm gonna head to Regulus Knoll. And that's like where Farah ran away to when she was a kid and trained, learned martial arts. Farah's my favorite character, but she won't be fighting except for the insect plant. And then at the end of the game, I tried to come up with a way to get her online a bit sooner, but it's not really working. Too much time lost. At Regulus, I'm gonna pick up an apple gel. I normally wouldn't do that, but it's to make this run a bit safer. There's a few different ways to go about this with your formations and all kinds of stuff. And there's some strats later I'll get into, but I'm going to be going with like as safe as I can be, and I'll be making safety saves before the bosses, even if they pose no threat. And in regular snow, in this inn, there's the Wonder Chef. He was introduced in this game, I believe, and he gives you recipes, and that one is really important. However, I'm not gonna pick it up. It's beef stew, and I'm not gonna pick it up, but I'm gonna make it later, regardless. And when I get to like Barola or something, I'll explain that. But right now I have to fight 8 monks, pretty easy. They are obviously quite honorable, fighting me 8 against 1, but they're going to lose. However, they're kind of annoying because they can knock you back. We'll see. We opt for up, up, down normally, because it's a quick combo. That one's not. You want to not do grounded attacks because the animation lag afterwards is longer than aerials. Like if you do up, up, down, that's faster than like doing neutral, down, neutral. Even though 2 of those attacks is a thrust, and like this game has slash and thrust values, punch and kick. Kind of weird, but you get different arts depending on the level that those are at your character's level. If you played this casually, you probably like read somewhere that you have to use, I don't know, Lightning Blade 50 times or whatever it is to get Super Lightning Blade. That's not true. Uses does not matter. It'll just make it appear in your menu. You don't actually learn it through that. It's what they do is allow for extra effects like Omega Tempest Strike. You can use it in the air if you've used it 100 times. Or you can do the extensions. And they look cool and they're strong, but I won't have any of those. Because you have to actually use them whatever amount of times. And in a second, I'm going to grab manual mode, which you can grab even if you don't even know what that is yet. And that allows me to jump, which is really important, believe me. And it also makes it so that my character doesn't move on its own. In semi-auto, which is what we start at, if you attack, your character will move into range and then move back, and that can happen during those first 2 fights, and you really have to fight the game for control. So like against Theodis, after you do up, down, you have to like hold right, and it's awkward. But it'll enable the spell glitch as well, which I'll get into when I get Q. Right now we get this Cramo cage, I guess. They're used to... I think that one's Cramo. They're used to force the Cramos to do our bidding after we beat them up. And I'm gonna have to get a bunch of them. The Cramos, that is. But for now, I have to go play this awful minigame, or at least awful at first. I've learned to kinda like it, but this was a big deterrent to me wanting to learn the game. This game is terrible casually. Like the minigame. Not the game itself. You're going down river, they make you play it. You can do it later for a title. You have to be a machine to get that title, by the way. You can accelerate, there's all kinds of stuff to bump into. In a couple of spots, if you bump into it, you will lose control for quite a while. I am going to bump into 2 things on purpose, and hopefully only 2 things, because it's faster. One of them, the first boulder, is going to allow me to make a turn quicker, and it's really easy. And then one of them, it's faster to just not go around the boulder, but you need speed. So hopefully I don't make a fool of myself here. Okay, that one's unintentional, that's okay. I didn't lose control. Alright, and you have to turn left a bit there, because if you try to accelerate, you'll just ram into the wall. That was almost perfect. Besides that little tap, which I didn't lose control. There are some spots where you don't. And now I have 3 encounters to attempt to set manual mode, so I'm going to do it on the first one. Normally you do it in the menu, but you can just press select twice, like that, and you'll swap. And hopefully I don't just walk past Minch, which I can do. Okay. Now you run into NPCs. And they are awful, they can block your way. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I might mute if like my roomies are being loud, so don't mind that. Also, we see that Merity loves to dance. I don't know if she got her dancer title yet. You get to use it later in Ginny in a minigame. It's actually kind of fun, but we don't do it in this run or any run. There's a bunch of minigames and we skip most of them, even though the like Kramal Ball is pretty fun. The arithmetic one is whatever, it's an algorithm and you can beat it every time. Around the World, which is like a ship racing one, that one's terrible, man. And like the cookie one, there's a few that are bad. And here somehow Merity is gonna cause this research crystal thing to just blow up. We won't get in trouble, we'll just get like yelled at. I don't know if that's standard or what. But yeah, we came here to find Keel. This is where we were told he was at. But now we found out he's not here. He was expelled for some crazy theories or something, which turned out to be true. Like this world is gonna get destroyed. Or it's supposed to. And we'll find out why later. But just a spoiler, it's our fault from when we were kids. Not to spoil or anything. So we need to go to the observatory. There are shops here, but none of them have holy bottles. And I'm not going to stop by them. When I pick it up, I'll explain it. But on the mountain, there's like these zombie things, which you'll see, which you can touch and get an encounter. And that does not count towards your like random encounters. The step counter in this game, I don't know the exact values. it counts down, and when it hits 0, you get an encounter. But these zombies, I'm going to try not to touch them, and they're going to seem, as long as I don't mess up my movement, like they don't even exist. I do have to grab the poleaxe and 600 gold, and I'm going to sell them. Normally I would use the poleaxe, but then I can't buy another orange gel, and I'm going to do that for safety. Okay, that was good. And now this should be our final random encounter. However, with my holy bottle route, if I make too many mistakes, I could get encounters. Just a warning. However, my estimate takes that into account. Although most of that is for something 3.5 hours into the run, which is actually what decides your run, if you PB or not. Okay, so Keel's trying to translate. He may be smart, but he can't keep up. And he's all like embarrassed and whatever. I don't care about that. All I care about is that chest on the bottom right there. That is really important. The rest of them up top are empty, but that one at the bottom is like a godsend. It's gonna allow us to skip 1 or 2 encounters. I'm not sure. It's our first holy bottle. Now the holy bottles in this aren't level based like the newer ones or whatever. They let you completely skip encounters. However, if you use it in a zone that is safe with no encounters, it'll put your step encounter to 0. So as soon as you take 1 more step, you'll get an encounter in an area where you can get encounters. So you have to use it where there's enemies. And that's like really important for the routing, of course, and that threw me off a while until I realized that. There's some areas in the game where they look like they'd have encounters, but they don't. Like Belier Castle is kind of janky. Chat's Hut is too. And I like this part right here, because like Meridy's like Celestia and Inferior.
Yo,
and
what's
like,
up?
What's up? Let me turn you down a bit. Something like that should be good. But yeah, so Meredy says that the 2 roads are gonna go boom, and this is voiced later, and I actually like that part when she says that. But we don't have voices on, so we don't get to hear that. And on my way out in the mountain, I'm gonna use this bottle. And hopefully I don't mess up the movement because it looks good when I go back down. I don't grab anything else on the mountain. But yeah, we have Keel. I'm actually gonna use Keel for the egg bear. And I'm gonna do some pre-prep and stuff. And when I get to the bear, I'll explain like what's going on. But yeah. Going right back in for the bottle. If I grab it.
By the way, you got your mic muted.
On Discord. Okay, now it's on Discord. I didn't know if you wanted it to be muted there or what.
Ooh, I turn you down a little bit too. Alright, sorry for being late.
Yeah, no
Had
problem.
to do something.
It's okay, my voice is just going already. But yeah, my throat's terrible, so I might have you, I don't know, comment half of it, I don't know. Whenever my voice gives out or whatever, and I might just chime in on a few parts.
Alright.
Now it's this next screen that I really don't want to mess up. It actually looks harder than it is, but if I get stuck on something, I have to be safe, and then these enemies are gonna alter the speed of movement, and I could get an encounter. It's awful. Alright, just like that. It's harder than it looks. Now hopefully this bottle gets me to a certain spot on Nostos. I don't get my encounter. Like, I have my route memorized for the holy bottles, but I might forget. It's not that bad unless you're in regular snow, then it's bad. Here I'm gonna sell some things. Poleaxe, life bottle, and 1 apple gel. I'm gonna buy 1 orange gel and 11 holy bottles. And it's just for safety. Normally I wouldn't have the orange. $11 is the minimum amount of bottles you can actually get to Inferior City without an encounter. And that's just how I learned to do it. Well, I guess I used like 14 at first, but then, you know, through practice. Coming up with the Egg Bear, on this very next screen after like this flashback, I'm going to my menu, and then we have the jump spell glitch. You jump and you spam a shortcut with a novice level spell, and you cut down all the casting lag, and like Keel will raise his arm up and throw a spell out. He's not even gonna do that. I'm not sure exactly why that works, but it does, and we abuse it. And like, I'm gonna have Keel on L2 over R2, and I recently found out that L2 has priority over R2. So if you give 2 orders at the same time, sometimes one is ignored, and that is R2. And that'll drop your glitch. Those strats are just to like ensure these characters later on cast their spells. And also it makes Verd not do anything but heal. She is the dedicated healer for most part. And Reed is going to be slashing and stuff on his own. That's just something for later. And just like that. Now, I swung my staff at the start to cancel my jump animation. It's just a bit of an optimization. And I use it for like every time I can use Keel, I would try to do that. Except for like Secundas, for instance, you wouldn't do that, but we don't do that here. And on the bottom left, that D-pad on Keel's name is a thing to shorten his cast. I'm pretty sure by default Merity actually has a slightly faster cast speed, but that might have just been like Vite and stuff when I was testing. But every time you press that, it shortens your casting. Right there, pick up the battle axe, so I can actually hurt Undini with Reed. No, if I was a machine, I could just spam that D-pad like crazy. And I would do such crazy fireballs. But I can't do that. I'll leave that menu open. Swapping to read for the insect plant. This guy, it's gonna be a little bit of story, but he likes to charge. And I don't want to see that. So hopefully I don't. I can't use Keel there because he has these 3 bees and they're awful. Like, they're gonna hit you before you get a cast. Like, I've tried to mash as fast as possible and I cannot do it. Or you can put Keel in the background and stuff, but it ends up being a slower fight. And also, I'm gonna try to get at least a 40 hit combo for levels. Comboing's kind of something that I started picking up for this. Combo XP. I don't know.
How consistent have you gotten it?
Hmm?
How consistent have you gotten to comboing insect plant?
There is... It's pretty good. It's there's 2 different strats I'll do. Depending where the bees are after I do 2 up downs. And that's just for like ease of use. Like, it is faster to do the fight with neutral up neutral because that's 2 slashes and not 2 thrusts. We're using the axe, which has higher slash. But I'm gonna lose a little bit of time on the fight to try to combo, and it's pretty consistent. It is highly dependent on his evasion. Evasion in this game is actually important versus accuracy. It allows for automatic blocks. And if he automatically blocks me, I can drop the combo, but that's why we have Keel using Fireball. And this formation I set for 2 is to put Keel near the back and read forward, in case I have to do the one where I just keep pushing the plant back. Now, you can get the highest combos doing that strat, but Keel can actually run forward to get back in formation, in which case he's going to ignore all my orders until he's just standing there. That's awful. Like, this is kind of dependent on Keel, so that's why I came up with the other one, where if the bees are in front of the plant after my 2 combos, I will run behind the plant, and Pharaoh will take the left side, I'll take the right side, and we double team it. If there's a bee behind him, then I have to just push him back, because then that bee is going to be attacking me. If he charges me, that's kind of okay. I will try to get Pharaoh back in position. If that happens, I'm going to ignore combos. Like, if I really have to. He can charge 3-4 times in a row. You can't do anything about it, really. Unless you were Q. So I'll just save here. Safe to save. But yeah, that's why I got the orange gel, in case I'm not able to combo this dude. But yeah, we're here also because I didn't explain it, but Quickie's here. We didn't even notice somehow until the end of that long scene with the professor. So here we go. What's the idea? I'm a little jittery. Alright. There is a bee here that's annoying. And he's doing rocks. I need him to reset. Okay, that's awful. 28 combo is fine. It's whatever. I'm gonna be missing a level. But when you see when I get to Rast, I'm gonna make these up. Hopefully. Comboing in this game is really inconsistent though. It is nice to get it. Those levels do give you your stats and help out a lot. But yeah, I don't know, man. I keep messing with it. And now, we got these earrings off like that professor guy. That was Keel's professor in uni or something. And they didn't work. They were supposed to allow us to understand Meredy, but now, for some reason, through danger, even though Meredy didn't fight, we can understand her. Okay. Oops. I had to check something there to see if the insect dropped a lemon or a kirima. If he did, I had to trash those. And that's for cooking later. When I get to Barola, I'll go into that. And this is a scene where like Merides, Celestia, Inferior, boom. And I really like it. But yeah, we don't have voices on. Also, I guess having a fire in the middle of the forest is fine too. You'll see that in this game, it's gonna feel like every 10 minutes the characters camp. Just because we're going through it pretty quick. I think casually this was like, I don't know, 60, 80 hour game. If you did everything, I guess it's longer. Particularly if you did the labyrinth, which is the EX dungeon. Ugh. Which, when you learn how to do it, it's like a half hour to get through it. Now I have to go talk to the professor again. Can't remember why. He tells us about Undini, which is the first grade of Cremel. She is the water Cremel, and we're going to get her on our side first. Luckily we do, because she's like the most sensible. As opposed to like Sylph and Ifrit. And we get like the map here, but you can't open the real map unless you go into your inventory and do it, which is kind of awkward. And upstairs I think is one of the collection books, can't remember.
Oh, and if I can chime in for a little bit,
Yeah.
I saw somebody in here ask earlier about the holy bottle stopping encounters. So yeah, in a little thing that's in the classic Tales of games, if you are able to use a holy bottle before you get an encounter, it resets what we like to call step counters. There is a line of code in the memory address somewhere within these Tales of games that count down your steps, and when the step counter reaches 0, you get an encounter. So as long as he uses a holy bottle before it reaches 0, he will avoid getting an encounter, and he gets a fresh set of steps. Now, the amount of steps he gets is random, so he gives himself a little bit of leeway to prevent him from getting some encounters on accident. But Eternia is a little bit different. If you use a holy bottle inside of a place where there are no random encounters, like there are some rooms and some dungeons that do that for some strange reason, it'll reset the step counter to 0, and as soon as you step into a place that you can get random encounters, you get one as soon as you take one step. So I don't know if any of you played this game before and it's happened to you, but that's why.
Yeah, and later on in the game, my holy route actually revolves around not using them on the real map if I can help it. Because opening your menu, like, I don't know if this is noticeable on PS2, but on PS1, it takes longer to open and close the menu on the real map. And so when I do holy balls, I want to use them before I exit dungeons and stuff like that. Also, this memory card only has one file on it because it loads faster the less files you have on it. And it's 2 save warps, the one at the beginning and one in Gnome's Mind later. So I do need to, you know, speed it up a bit. It's kind of like a little bit of time, but whatever. You notice it if you have a full card. Now on this next holy bottle, I need to do a bit of menuing. I don't actually do like a ton of pre-prep with my formations and use them throughout. I actually do a lot of switching of that, but it's mainly, I don't know, my safety mechanism in preference. Might lose a little bit of time. I don't know. It makes fights faster. There's one part later. We'll see how it looks. I opted to adjust a couple stats just like the last couple days, so hopefully I remember. if I was really scared, in that chest back there was a melange gel in the top right. Also in the waterfall cave. No, Undini. Hopefully she does not use Spear Baptism. If she uses Aqua Edge, it might hit me, but Q will push it back. If she tries to melee me, that's what I want to see. Alright, she's doing Spear. That's okay. Hopefully Pharah will block it. Alright, we're fine, I think. Every once in a while she's a bit tricky. We gotta wait for the menu to load. There is a bit of a spell queue. Hopefully I have enough. Alright. That's why I got that other one show. And the reason she was able to get through in time was because I didn't combo Insect Plant good enough. Normally, if she goes to melee, you just push her back. If she uses Aqua Edge, because I delayed the staff swing, she won't hit me, and she'll get pushed back. But Spear Baptism, which is that charge attack that pierced, that thing's awful. She can use that like 5 times in a row. And I opted to change my strat, my formation for that recently, because the actual last run I did, she used it 4 times in a row, broke Pharah's guard 4 times, and then almost killed me, but Pharah blocked the 5th one. That fight is really scary. I should have saved. I forgot. It's okay. And the reason I didn't cast at the end there is Fireball takes 8 TP, I think. So I couldn't actually cast. Whereas Reed's Sonic Blade takes 4. And Pharah's not able to damage her. Reed can only hurt her because of that axe. Even if he had the pole axe, it's not enough, I don't think.
Definitely what I would like to call a noob killer boss.
Yeah. You'll see later, Sylph. Sylph is actually like your very first run killer. That was for me, like, I had to practice so much to get it. And that's why I couldn't really run the game for a while. That, and I hated that rafting game so much. Like, I only picked this up in October, Lightning. So, maybe you can call that new, I don't know. But this whole game, like, a lot of the bosses are so rippy. And a lot can go wrong. I mean, it's an RPG, they have different attacks, whatever. Okay. Forest of Temptation, we're coming up to. Deep, dense, typical Lost Forest in like every RPG. I hate that. And there's always like sewers too. There are sewers in this later. Only for one screen. But I'm gonna hit a trigger here. And then I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna get parallel with the loading zone, the trigger for it. I'm gonna cancel and walk through it. And then I'm gonna go to the exit. Hopefully I don't mess this clip up too badly, because then you could mess up my routing bottle. There you go. You kind of have to turn your camera to do it. And you're not really supposed to go here. You're supposed to come out of the exit. And we could go to Inferior. We could go to the port, but nothing is gonna work. Like, you can go to the shops, but no story is gonna trigger because it's a Tails game. No real sequence breaks. Not in this one. So I'm gonna go backwards and hit the trigger at the camping spot. It might seem like this is dumb, but this will save a lot of time, because normally there's the deity statue puzzle and you have to turn one to the right and one to the left, which, by the way, if you've read the strategy guide, that guide is wrong. I'm just saying, it says to turn them in the other way, but it's incorrect. I don't think it even...
You also have to kill those junglers right after it too.
Yeah, 5 of them. A nice thing though, if you go to the exit here, and you do the statue puzzle, and then you go down and you trigger Merity leaving your party. You can soft reset, go kill the junglers, and leave without her in your party. And you can continue the game until disc 2, where it forces her back into your party. Not useful, I'm pretty sure. I just know about it.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah. I might mess with it. I highly doubt it could ever be useful. And then I'm gonna go out the exit and I'm gonna clip again, because if I try to go back through like where I just came through, the statues are still there. This does not get rid of them. I'm gonna clip, I'm gonna hit a trigger in the exit, and then I'm gonna go back out and go to Inferior. And then there's gonna be a lot of story. I would love it if we could skip that and somehow go to the port, get past the guard. I don't even know if the ship is there if you get past them, but I'm pretty sure that's like impossible no matter what you do. It would skip quite a bit. Okay, that was really fast. I think it was after Houdini our party decided we wanted to go talk to the king. And we're gonna find out that's kind of a bad idea. We're gonna get rejected a bunch of times and stuff. And at the start, I'm gonna take my first shopping trip.
Also, I'd like to mention, I have never seen that Force of Invitation skip that you just used.
Oh, you never?
No,
I saw it
the
on
method I
Beam
use
Crash's
is-
TAS, and I just made it work.
Oh, I still need to watch that actually.
It is pretty good. It's outdated. I mean, we know more stuff now, but it's insane. There's like a cool elemental strat later where he knocks up the gravekeepers and shoots Aquasphere under them. I tried it. Doesn't work for me.
It's a TAS. Can't copy everything.
Yeah. Pretty much when I began running this, I watched that TAS first, and now I can understand more about it. And then I watched Burton's run, and then I kind of try to make like a mixture. It's tough.
Wow, I'm flattered. Somebody actually watched my run.
Oh yeah, I analyzed it. And here I'm gonna shop before I leave. Hold on. No, 5 of these. I should be able to get nothing. That's right, I used an extra orange gel. That NPC out front, if you try to do this when you leave, which is what I used to do, he gets in your way sometimes, and he stands there. Oh, it's awful. I took a very specific amount of items because I need 3,900 gold for something later. Now, if I had somehow messed up, there's a couple backup items, these crystals, and one of them you can get, it loses like 6 seconds, the other one you have to go another screen, so probably it's the same. And they sell for 3 grand each. So it's not the end of the world. But yeah, we try to see the king, we get rejected, there's no open audiences. So we decide to go to the observatory, because Keel's like an astronomer or whatever, so he thinks he can give him his thesis and have them give him a good word, whatever. It's actually going to work. If we had gone to the church, which is what we're going to do afterwards, we'd probably be dead, just saying. Because the head astronomer guy, spoilers, he's going to save our life. Zosimov, I think his name is. But yeah, we're going to be rejected here. And then we're going to get rejected at the church. Also, this is a big heads up. But if we have time at the end, I might want to try to show a couple fights. Secundas. Also, sorry, but I'm not really looking at the chat. So if there's questions, Burton can answer those or whatever. Because I just
Yeah,
want to
I'm doing that.
focus. I
Don't
just
worry
want
about
to
that.
really, I just want to focus. Like,
You're doing fine. Don't worry about it.
my REM starts different now too. Like I opted for the TS's fog, and then I tried your wave hit stun. I didn't like it because like it kind of relies on Reed doing his thing, but I came up with a good one. It is what I would call the most marathon safe. It's a mixture. It's gonna look good. It was mainly because like I don't know, that video that Beam Crash linked of the Volt fight, kind of using that, which I'm not gonna be doing. I'm only 50% consistent really at that. Like there's plenty of ways you can do these fights, honestly. As long as you're not using Reed for the most part. Because of the whole accuracy and evasion thing. And Reed relies on that. And if you're under leveled, you're missing a lot of accuracy. So, what people don't know a lot of probably is that the Darius emblem you get from beating Secundas is the most overpowered piece of gear in the game, I would say. Gives you 100 accuracy, and almost nothing can block you. A lot of times when you get blocked, you get counterattacked and stuff. It's terrible. But yeah. We learned from that old dude that Celestians are basically werewolves and cannibals, if I recall. Merity is obviously not that though. And we tried to appeal to the church. The church thinks that the dark matter that Keel saw in between the worlds or whatever is like a sign of Seifert, their god. They sound more like a cult, but yeah. And I don't know who called the cops here. The guards. Whatever. But we get taken in and we're thrown down this well, which has no lever at the bottom. I'm just pointing that out right now. Wheel valve thing, but you're gonna see one magically appear. And so the king's gonna try to execute us. They think we're the sign of evil or something. The princess doesn't want Rowan to do it. That Rowan guy, that dude on the right, I don't like him. He's a bit stuck up. Ross is cooler, and we'll be using him. Although, he is a little stuck up at the beginning.
Since you're talking about him, you ever try to go into the princess's room as soon as you get out of here?
No, I haven't.
Reed talks to her a little bit, and that guy goes in there and kicks you out.
Yeah, he's a little overprotective. He wants to win her heart, but her heart is given to Ross. So, there you go. Also, Reed tries to pull this. Unfortunately, he's not as strong as Lara Croft. He can't pull, like, turn valves underwater and stuff. And now we get let out some magic rope because the astronomer guy, he shows up and he read Keel's thesis, surprisingly. And so we're gonna find out that the king is a bit of an idiot. I think the way the story was, they think Celestians are gonna invade, so they want to invade first or something. But like, that's dumb. Like, they want to take this bridge of light, go over to the other world that they know about, and invade. But Merity has the technology to come over here, and they don't. So like, obviously their weapons are far superior. So, not the smartest, but, you know, it's story. And now, the best part of the game, I get to control Farah. And this is part of why my formation is what it is, so I get to run around with her a couple times in the game. Just because she's my favorite character, and Maximum Burst is pretty cool. But for that, you have to use Chi a ton of times. I don't know. And I'd love to use her earlier, but unfortunately her attacks are really bad. Besides Twin Palm Strike, which is really strong later. It's based off her punch times whatever times 2, and it's super fast, knocks down the enemy. It's great, but we can't get it early enough. Did find out you could grab the ghost shell knuckles in Chat's hut, like one room out of the way. But she's terrible against like Hiedas and stuff and Guardian. I tried her today. Didn't work. If it did, I would have showed that off. But don't worry, all characters are going to be used in this. Even Chat. I like Chat's character design in that she throws hammers. And she's a pirate, so she's cool. Unfortunately, there's like a new strat. Oh, it's not particularly new, I just found out about it. I was informed like a few days ago, and it makes it so Chat is obsolete and you save almost a minute not using her. But it's very rippy, very dangerous, and I'm not doing that. Keel stays up all night, he looks at Celestia. And he's infatuated with it, I don't know. But pretty soon he's gonna stay behind. And it seems like he's a traitor, but he's gonna burn Belier's research journal. Belier's this guy that came from Inferior. He was a researcher, he went to Celestia and becomes a ruler or something? Man, I don't remember. But he dies. Also, Quickie is a pretty cool character, but he's really weak. And you can control Quickie when Merida is casting. And I do that on all bosses on the first floor of Labyrinth, if he agrees. Sometimes he doesn't cooperate. And it does help contain the elemental, he does more than 1 damage. If you do more than 1 damage, you can stagger an enemy. If you do 1, you won't stagger, and you don't actually combo either. Comboing is... it's too important now. But yeah, as you can see, this whole area, we're almost done with the story, but it's a giant dialogue fest at the beginning of the game. And like I said, if we could skip this, it would be amazing. I don't know how long this takes, 20 minutes or something, where you're basically not playing. You come here, grab your items, and get out. But yeah, not possible. And now, as soon as we get Escalator out, I'll have control, finally. I will be using a Holy Bottle on the roadmap. Only because, like, these beginning ones, you gotta do it. If you're optimal. So Rowan gave us our boarding pass. We're gonna take a ship. It takes about 20 seconds, I think, with an auto scroller. So if I really needed water or something, that's when I like run and get it. There's only 2 big breaks in this run. One of them is 2.5 minutes, and the other is 1 minute and 38 seconds. At least on PS1. And that's when you can take a break. And for all bosses, we're still limited like that as well. Also, for the Japanese version, I didn't mention it, but the items are in different order because their alphabet is different and stuff. It's usually good, but at the very end of the game, it's bad. After you beat Shizao and do like the second form, you get given an all divide on purpose. In one run, I used that on accident because I tried to use an orange gel and I was being too fast. And so that fight took forever and I lost the PB. That was terrible. That was like a 554. And all divides, they in this one, I don't know if they ever change them, but everything takes half damage. You and the enemies. There's one I could pick up in Volt Ruins, but I'm not going to. And like, you really don't want to use it against Nerid, because that fight, it takes longer than twice as long, because you give her more chances to cast, and the fight gets out of control. So even
it's definitely a fight you want to end as fast as possible.
Yeah, even at the end, it can still rip. I've never lost a run there, and I'm not planning to, by the way. In practice, I did have that thing happen where she came to the left. That was terrible. Like yesterday. And normally in this game, when you're fighting, you want to keep the enemies on the right, because if you press L1, you can swap the formation to reverse. However, that doesn't make them go to the right side of the screen. It just makes them swap places. And if Guardian or something is annoying, I'll have them do that. But to get them to stay on the right side is so awkward, and you're letting the boss do more stuff, and you're probably gonna wipe. So like right here, if I had to get something to drink, I could. I'm not steering the ship. I can turn the camera, but that's it. Same thing with the Van Elsha later, the first time I get it. Upcoming is Barola. I'm gonna buy ingredients, and it costs 3,900 gold. So I'm gonna have 4 gold remaining. I'm gonna get 15 bear meat, cabbage, and carrots. I just know their icons. And that's gonna enable the beef stew, which I didn't pick up the recipe for, and I'm not going back for it either. I'm going to use an item we have at the beginning called the Dark Pot, which is at the bottom of our inventory, and it takes 4 random ingredients, only 4, so you can't do this with like the recipes that take 5 or 6 ingredients, and it'll make some. Failing to find 4, it'll use 3, etc. And I'm gonna do that to force out beef stew, which will actually let it show up in my... Oh, I'm 150 over because I got the 40% drop of bear meat off the egg bear. That is gonna have no Baron on the run. No pun intended, I didn't actually mean that. But yeah. It will give beef stew in its slot, and the Wonder Chef disappears for that. So like when I first played the game and a few times casually, I thought that pot was useless. Turns out it's not. And when you cook in this game, you have a chance of failure. So like, on average it takes 3 attempts to succeed. I've seen as much as 5 failures in a row, and sometimes you get on the first try. So I'm not going to rely on that. The dark part can never fail, and that's why I'm going to use that. Even though it's 4 more R1 presses.
That is absolutely ridiculous. You usually look at the dark pot, and it just says, you just throw stuff together and you hope something comes out.
Yeah.
Not knowing that you can just get the exact ingredients from some recipe. And also another thing is, whenever he uses the exact ingredients to make beef stew with the dark pot, he actually learns the recipe for it, so you actually don't have to go out and go get it by any other means.
Yeah.
Which I believe also works with other ones, as long as it doesn't take 5 ingredients, like you said before.
Yeah, it works with all of them as long as it doesn't do that. But those other recipes aren't useful. I'm only doing this because beef stew ups our attack 20%, I think. However, it only lasts 20 seconds, I believe.
I believe it's 30%. It's 30%.
Is it 30?
Yeah, it's 34 because beef stew is basically sharpness, because you can't stack those two together.
Yeah.
So sharpness is 30%, beef stew is 30%, and a flare bottle is 30%.
Yeah.
But they let you stack sharpness or beef stew with flare bottle, because the flare bottle not only increases attack, it decreases your defense also, sort of as a trade-off. So they let you stack it because they count it as 2 different buffs.
Yeah, I wish we could triple buff. Oh my god.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous.
There is a point. I just recently stopped fringing what I normally do. And that's for the bite and stuff. And I'll get into that at Ross. At Mount Farlos for a secret boss. But yeah, sharpness does not have a time limit, and neither does Fire Bottle, so it's permanent in battle. However, cooking is not. So I will let Merity cast Sharpness at some point. I'm not sure when. I know I'll use it for the very final fight, because between the two phases, you don't actually get to cook. Even auto cook doesn't work. Oops. I always do that, by the way. I go down left instead of up left. But yeah, here we're gonna get Ross to join our party. He is really strong, turns out. He has some good moves. He has Dragon Storm and Dragon Flash, which are the best. Super Lightning Blade, which kind of sucks, and then his other one, which is probably like a Swarm or something, and that one is terrible. But I personally only use Dragon Flash. Dragon Storm is really good for for pushing the arms together, but I go for the pure power. And that's kind of how I revolve around my run. The more powerful, less strategic strats that are sometimes harder. Like using Max over Kyo for Rem is a harder strat, but the fight can be 2 seconds faster. And that's it, if both are done well. I won't go into Max yet, but yeah, Soph Gavin. Soph is the second grade of Cremo. Like I said, this is a run killer. Can be. I have to do some very specific commands at the start. If I accidentally go to try to run to the left and walk left, I'm probably gonna die. That's how quick it ends. And what I want to see is Soph not casting Air Thrust at the beginning, which he will have a chance to do before I can contain him. I'd like to make something to where like I don't have to do that, but haven't found it yet. Or he can arrow spam, where he likes to teleport away when he's knocked down, and then he'll just shoot arrows like crazy fast, and it's so hard to heal through that. Also, these wind shoots, they can give you like trollish winds. You'll go to walk on it, and it'll just shut off.
Oh, I hate that.
And just like that one can just turn on too. And sometimes you're actually stuck there waiting, I don't know, 5-6 seconds. And Ross shows his resourcefulness with a rope. Because that, I don't know if you can see it, but there's wind here where we're crossing, and that'll push you to the beginning. If I was really scared about Sylph, I could grab a life bottle right in the room before him. But 5 should be enough. And I'm gonna safety save just in case it wipes. Fair warning, every once in a while you drop a run here and it can wipe. A bit of camping again. Farah and Ras are gonna grow closer. But yeah, Reed's gonna start to feel inferior to him. Really, he is, like, strength-wise too. He's gonna be helping me out against Soph, and so will Merity with Grave. Soph is actually too high to hit with Grave, so you need to knock him down. And Merity's damage with it is comparable to Ras when he has 1 buff on him. But we're gonna be double buffed, so it makes it a bit easier than it used to be. It actually doesn't save too much time. The fight can be about like 36 seconds double buffed. And in a few more screens, come on. In a few more screens, I'm gonna grab the Assault Dagger. It's a wind-based weapon for Reed. Wrong screen. And I need that for now. And funnily enough, if you don't grab it when you come here and you try to grab it on the way out, it looks like it's faster, but it moves to the other side, the left. I actually lost the run because I fell down the hole, and I didn't want to continue it because that was when I found it out. Coming up, I'm going to swap the rest, and it'll be Dragon Flash time. And we cook. And to the left there's the light bottle, but I'll ignore it. And hopefully I don't make a fool of myself, so we see. At the start, before I turn around, I need to tell Reed to attack, or else he's going to turn around and attack, and that's going to push the arms away from each other, and I don't want that. Hopefully, Sylph is going to try to Wind Cutter Ras. Now, Dragon Flash gives you iframes, invulnerability frames. You can't be damaged during some of the frames, and I'm going to use that. Okay, this is looking decent. I'm gonna try not to talk during that though. That was really fast, by the way. Okay, I guess the fight can be 20 seconds.
This latency, I'm still watching.
That's the fastest I've ever done that, by the way. I made one input error. The thing about Dragon Flash is the first 2 hits have to connect. If they don't, then the other 3 won't connect. It hits 5 times. It is ridiculous damage. But it has its risk.
Yeah, that was a really good fight.
That fight has high variance for its times because Sylph teleports around randomly and it does get out of control sometimes. One thing to know is, let me check real quick. Yeah, I guess not. But yeah, your characters that aren't in your party, they actually gain levels. So like if say you do a fight solo with Reed, your other party will gain levels too. So I'm actually under leveled compared to what I would normally be. So that was ridiculous considering that. Here we pick up the ring, or I don't know what ring that is. That's something. I'm gonna sell it. Way later on when I get to Belir. Belir Castle, that is. And here, Ross is gonna leave our party. Basically, he said he was a merchant and that he would take us here if we were gonna buy this vase off him for like 10 grand. And so we tell him we will, but we don't.
Oh, that was the mental ring.
Is that? Yeah.
Yeah. It's that ring that recovers your
EP, yeah.
Yeah.
A nice fact is if you know about Maxwell extensions, you probably read that you need the Darius emblem and the mental ring. You don't actually need the mental ring, you can use the resume ring, I believe. It does heal TP, 1% TP every so often, just like that, because you need 1000 base TP, which you can only get 999 of. And with one of the 2 rings on, you need 996 to do the full Blue Earth extension. However, I won't be doing that. And you can't use that against Nerid either. Nerid is out. You can use it against Regulus. Unfortunately, the full combo does about 40,000 to him, which just isn't enough. Not worth the time to actually get it ready. Now we get the area board. This is much faster movement, only works in inferior because there's a lot more wind here. Like the 2 roads have like different Kraemels. I don't know exactly how it works. And you learn about fringing and how you get different spells. I believe Meredy has Cure now, or Heal or something. Something I'm not going to let her use. When you fringe, you average the Kraemel vitalities. But there are some odd cases where it doesn't actually do that. You lose some bite as you do it. Like against Ross. I'll be giving Meredy Sylph. That's gonna make all their bites 6. Whereas if I like move some stuff around and gave like a free to Keo as well, it would give them 5 Vite, I believe. Vitality, it ups those elements' casting times, and I'm gonna abuse that. So you want to try to keep it at 9, which is the maximum until it hits 10, and then you cast the Greymel, which resets it. And that's bad, because then your casting time is so slow. And now we go, I went left there because it's the fastest way. You can tell how fast you are, which way is better, by the sky. If the sky turns like night, then you know that route's a bit slower. Now this place is really hot. Eternia's gonna cool off this lava bridge that Reed just tried to cross. Not really the smartest. And she's gonna give us a water shield, which over time deteriorates. And then we start taking damage. And it'll protect us from everything but the fires in the bridge room at the very end. And I'm just gonna run through there and take the damage. Doesn't matter. Also, you might notice me get stuck on the environment. Movement's weird. Sometimes some walls you get stuck, some you don't. I'll just try not to let that happen, but yeah. So if you see me like turning like crazy, I'm like trying to just move one frame off it and stuff. It'll happen. Now here we camp again, and for some reason they want to have a fire even though the place is super hot and it's hot outside of there. So whatever. And I need to remember to do my menuing on the next ball. I'm gonna be using Keel again. Surprise. And the reason is, if he takes extra damage from water. And I want to be as close to him as possible. It's scary, but Aqua Edge has a property where it can hit twice. When it goes out and when it comes back. However, whatever you hit has to be close enough to Keel to get hit twice. So it is double damage. And it can make the fight a lot faster. And I'm going to do something that's going to seem weird, but I'm going to tell Reed to use Demon Hammer at the start. Because if Reed can cast Fear Flare, and no one can hit him fast enough without like putting on a higher slash value and stuff, but I need his stat to be how it is. I didn't get my swing off, so that's okay. Now I want Reed to attack a couple times. Actually, that's probably enough. I'll do it. Now, Aqua Edge, its shortens always begins with left, Fireball always begins with right, and Windblade always begins with down. And your second input is always down, and that's how I'm doing it so fast. And you can see the Vite coming into play. I'm casting faster. Unfortunately, I'm not getting many double hits, so this is long. And that's free. Ideally, he'd be closer to me, but I didn't get the swing off. You have to like preemptively do it, and it's weird timing. It's fine. That fight can be like 10 seconds faster if you do. Here I'm gonna give him Temerity. I always press X there, that way I don't accidentally give it to Keel. X in this game is cancel, and Circle is confirm, because you know, like Japanese, like Circle is okay, you got it right. X is you got it wrong. So that translates to this. And you can change your buttons in the menu, but it doesn't change your world map buttons, it's only battle. So it's not worth it to do that. It's awkward. It was awkward, it's like when I was trying to test things on English emulator and stuff so I could understand the text. It made it a pain. And now the 3 Cramels became Ram. She gives us the Sorcerer Ring. I'll be using it only in Mount Celsius and Ifrit's Cavern, I believe. And then we use the Freeze Ring later in Volt's Room. And I gave Ifrit temerity because of fringing later, so I don't have to move him. I do have to move Houdini later though, because fire plus water is sharpness. And like I said, I'm gonna use that then.
Also, I don't know if you knew this, but the cutscenes where Rim appears like this one are less laggier on PS2.
Are they? Yeah, like PS2 is quite a bit faster. I think a run might be like 10, 15, 20 minutes faster. Oops. The load times are definitely more, but yeah. Don't mind me if I'm muting, I'm just coughing my lungs out because I'm still a bit sick. Now we talk. I don't even know what we talk about here in the camp. Keel grabs Merity, and so Farah is ready to hurt him. Farah's not afraid to lay down the law.
So wait, talking about for
the camp scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the story memorized. I talk about it a bit more, but yeah. Oh, I think this is like he talks about Belier's research journal and how he found the Bridge of Light, and so we're gonna head to Farlos next. Mount Farlos, which has like organ music. Also, I shoot my ring a lot on accident. Now these locations, I use my bottles. It's to make so I don't have to do it on the road map. And I avoided that fire at the end there, because I'm pretty sure the fire actually lags the game slightly. It feels like it. Not 100% sure, but there you go. And so that holy bottle I just used would get me all the way to Mount Farlos. This is quite the travel. But if you go east here, the fastest way. And normally when I'm moving on the map, I don't even look at my character, I just look at the mini-map. It's just how I play games. Until I get like almost close. And we're gonna rest here at the Mount Farlos, because this is like a long travel, I guess. You can't skip this, you have to rest. And Farah's gonna learn life. I'm gonna be turning that off before Gnome. I don't want her automatically casting that, it has a long cast time. And I would just have her use life bottles if necessary. Because when a character is casting, they cannot use items, but they are still queued to use the item. Even if like a character dies. And it sucks. I don't really like letting the AI control the characters.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. The classic Tales of games, one of the biggest flaws that they had is you cannot cancel a spell once you use it. Spell canceling never became a thing until the game right after this, which was actually Tales of Destiny 2. The real Tales of Destiny 2.
Yep, this is the third game in the series. Destiny 1 was before. The only thing that they have connected is just cameo stuff, no story connection. There's like Sordy and Dimlos, and there is Destiny skill.
There's a Destiny summon. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to beat Valkyrie, or as I like to call her, Alicia. You can figure out why. But and then you can pull that sword out and get it. However, you can only use that spell every 30 minutes of gameplay. Here I sell the Black Onyx, and then I buy everything of the top 5 items. And this is where we first get Panacea bottles. And I may need them for Celsius. They cure all ailments. Like, I might need a bunch for Nerad at the end. Also, I might need to use one on Guardian. I really hope I don't. It's pretty rare that he paralyzes Reed, but it's so annoying. Now we gotta do some mountain climbing. Our party is going to get separated. Our main party of Farah, and then everyone else. That's how I consider them. Although we don't get to use Farah here. For some reason, she is the only one who takes the other path.
Yeah, Farrah doesn't really see any action until just 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I won't be using her to disc 3 either. I mean, I tried. She's just useless.
Yeah, she does get some use though.
Yeah.
For the elementers and such.
Yeah, it's just because she doesn't have Twin Palm Strike yet. It's just her moves aren't very good unless you're controlling her. And even then, Reed is such a better character. However, like, you have to use her in the labyrinth if you do that stuff, like, casually. And I'll tell you, she's a...
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you if you use her, you want to use her on floor 5. Just saying, for Hidas. She kills him in one combo if it agrees. And here we have another flashback where Farah is left behind. Yep, and so she just cries, and she's gonna get awoken by someone that we saw earlier. And then finally I'll get to climb the mountain. And I'm gonna pick up an emerald ring soon that cuts TP usage by 1/3, and I'm gonna be using that throughout the run on Keel and then later on Farah because of Ifrit's Cavern for heals. Because I don't rely on having good luck or something. Like I've gone through way too many items there sometimes. I'm not gonna talk about that yet, but that is awful. And here you can just go over the top and you can bypass everything. And here, I like that Keel finds a rock and Reed gets mad because he's more concerned with this new rock than Farah. And Ras picked up Farah. He's gonna be a gentleman, escort her to the summit, which is when we will reunite. And hopefully, I don't get screwed over by the ropes and stuck in them and not have to use an extra holy bottle. I do have 3 extras for whatever until Gnome's Cave. However, one of those I'm going to use right before Gnome. Here's the ring. That's important. And in 2 more screens, we're going to have boulders falling down. And they will damage us, but these giant boulders, I'm just going to run through. Like, I don't even care about the damage they deal. Because before you get to the summit, there's a campsite and you full heal. If you're like actually playing casually, you'd want to heal because there's encounters, unless you had all these bottles. Sorry, 2 more now. I always forget this tiny screen. And to the left there was the warrior symbol back on that boulder screen. However, if you don't pick it up, it'll be on the next boulder screen. Right up here. And we pick up the trident as well. So it moves. I don't know if there's only 2 items in the game that move or what, but that's really useful. Now we just climb until we get to camp, heal up. All these like random campsites that are already here, they help us well. And this is another example of the music getting low because I expect voices to be on. Can't remember if Keel, yeah. Ignore the moon runes. You can't skip this. There's a few boxes of Keels that you just can't skip. Like the game makes you listen to it, but we don't have voices on because that's slow. I'm just gonna do my memory when I get to the top.
I remember this one. This is where Keel talks about Farah and Raz being together.
Oh, does he?
Reed gets upset about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Reed's feeling inferior to the gentleman, really strong guy that's more handsome and cooler and has his god powers that he's working on and everything. I don't blame. Unfortunately, well, we'll see. Now here, we have ropes. We can't reach these, we have to give Quickie some orders. We have to give him 12 orders, and the way I remember it is I break it down into 4 sets of 3. 1 3 2, 2 1 2, 3 2 1, 3 1 1. That's how I remember it. So 1 3 2 2 1, and then he's gonna drop a rope down. And all this is to get 3 ropes down. 2 3 2 1 3 1 1, and then it might seem odd, but if you're just sitting there after the last order, Quickie does nothing. You have to tell him, you have to like press confirm to tell him to come down, even though it doesn't say anything. Like right here, like that, if I don't press confirm, he won't come down. Hopefully I don't get stuck here, because you can. Okay, that was good. I don't need to use another bottle now.
You ever remember this section without looking at your notes?
Yeah, I know that part without looking at the notes. My notes are mine are very compact. They are color coded now. They used to not be. It used to be a mess. My notes are 1 page, so like other people couldn't use this. Unless it was like you or something. I did make a guide. I need to update it with some different stats and stuff, and then I can actually post it somewhere for people if they want to learn.
It's not a bad idea, color coding. But yeah, I use a really simplistic approach to making my notes so I can like scan through and read them quickly.
Yeah. Now here, like I mentioned, he gives Sylph. I'm going to show you his Vite that was 0 is now 6. So Windblade will cast faster. Now, there are other ways to do this that are faster. Fireball on L2, Storm with the Trident on R2, and letting Merity cast Lightning is the highest possible DPS on this fight. And you can do it in like 23 seconds, a little under that. However, I want to try to combo, and if I can get like a 70 hit combo, that would be great. You're gonna see that the boss here gets popped up into the top right corner because he's gonna get juggled by Windblades. And Reed can actually hit him when he comes down a little bit during the bottom, like when he starts to fall. The very top of Demon Hammer can hit him, and that's why this works. And Merity supports by using Lightning. It's just like the most consistent way I found to do it. I tested them all. You don't want to use Grave here. It's Rast is strong to it, and it does like no damage. It's terrible here. Oh, well, I spoiled, but here he is. Rast is our nemesis here. Now he likes to open up with Dragon Flash, the same OP move I was using. And that is why I moved Keel to the rear. If I jump straight up or back, he cannot hit me with that. If I jump forward though, he can get me. Now he shows the Sacred Key, and that's why we've been bumping into him. He says like, oh, this has been leading me to stuff, the king gave me it, I keep running into you, so you guys are evil. That's actually what he says pretty much. And here he says, Ferrich has a reason. He says, I believe in the words of the king, not of you commoners. So I have to get my revenge for that. Like you can see his reticle bouncing. He's in the top corner. Kind of funny. I don't care about Reed's TP. All I care about is whatever combo I had hit. We are lower level. And there you go, 70 hits. You can get more if you're lucky, but this consistently gets that. Typically 70, 71. And I'm not sure if I'm level 19 because of that plant, but that's what I want to be for Gnome. If you got like insane combo here, do I have my notes somewhere? Let me see. Yeah, like this can get 85 hits. And if it gets 85, you could, and you had a good insect plant, like 45 hits plus, sometimes 54, you'd be level 20, and Gnome would get decimated.
What's the highest you've been able to achieve here?
On him is 85. I could maybe do it. I didn't try Demon Hammer with like Grave. Well, obviously that doesn't work. Okay, so Demon Hammer and Ice Needles, I guess, but the Ice Needles are finicky. Sometimes they'll aim at Ras when he's at the lower part of the bounce, and he'll get raised up, and so they miss, but that should be the highest. I haven't gotten them above that. But yeah, 85 is my best here. My best combo ever against, like, during normal run stuff is against Healers 2 with 177 hits, which is insane, and I've only been able to do once. But I did do 171 once also. So like combos are a thing. Initially, after 20 hits, you get 10 EXP per hit that was in your total hits or something it says. But you can get like 10 EXP for 18 hits. I don't know the amount of bonus experience you get. It does go up. Like, while we're waiting for this, I can look at my notes. And like, for instance, an 18 hit, you get 181 bonus experience. Like 45, you get 1058. And 177, you get 15,842 bonus experience. So, and that's like 89 EXP per point, which is ridiculous. Here I'll save. Normally don't, but just in case, you know. And we have our first disc swap. Now this takes 2 seconds, this screen here on PS2, and it takes 10 seconds on PS1. So don't worry, it's not frozen. And yeah, that was disc 1, by the way. And now we're in Celestia. And here I'm going to turn off my mini-map. This is the preference thing. I don't want this thing getting in my way when I move down right, which I have to do a lot of, because I don't turn my camera. And where I'm in, really, really pretty city. You can tell it's like technologically advanced and stuff. And this is where Meredy lives. It's not like her hometown, which is Luishka, I guess. But she has like a really big house here. I don't know why. And I've got to do, this is like the second bunch of dialogue stuff. And I've got to run around and visit some places, talk to people. There is a version difference here, which I will say when I get to it. It's not going to take long. I like this part though. They pull out weapons here and the group thinks they're trying to attack them, but they just want to show them the weapons. There are some good cutscenes.
That they mentioned that Meredy's like a technician or something around here.
When we
so
come,
I think she just works here.
Yeah, when we come back from when we have to get the power cell thing, we learn that Meredy's profession. We're still guessing throughout the game, but we find out that she is an engineer, a Kramer engineer. She is an apprentice to Galanos, and she seems really dumb throughout the game. She is. I'm sorry, but she is. But yeah, she's an engineer all the same. She gets Galanos' coffee and stuff. Also, you notice that right now there's no Wonder Chef in this room, but later you'll see at the bottom there, he'll be there. I won't be talking to him. If I can get in the door, then we can proceed. But yeah, this is like the forge. I'm not going to shop anywhere in this town though. And we're just doing introductions. Like, this game has some nice cutscene stuff. And in the Japanese version, they have these skits, which, not the help skits from when you press like select on the road map, but skits. And they're fully voiced, and they were removed for the localization. I guess Namco didn't want to pay for voiceovers. I also don't normally go in this one, but I've been doing that recently on accident. That's okay. The next group of people I have to talk to, they give me the version difference, and that is a pocket station item. I don't have a pocket station. I learned about it when I was like a kid playing Saga Frontier 2, and that was like a Japanese thing. But yeah, you get this here. You get another piece from the Grip Sword event in Inferior instead of the Smash Cape, and also from the Ticket Puncher quest instead of the Sephira, which I had routed to, for all bosses to get another reverse style, and it takes 3 minutes 54 seconds to do that, and then I found out I wasted my time. Nice stuff. And now our introductions are done. We ignore everyone else. And we're gonna... Well, Reed is going to sleep. Meredy is gonna go with Keel to help him learn Melnix at the library, and they're gonna be up all night. Keel, regardless of his attitude, he is intelligent and a hard worker when it comes to studying. And poof, Ferris chilling here in the dark. I think she's having like second thoughts or wondering if this was okay. I don't know, but what's done is done, so we have to go continue our journey. It's a real touching scene. In Gnome's mind, there is actually a cool, little cute scene with them that most people wouldn't even know about. If you dig I don't think it's all of the spots with the shovel, but if you dig a specific one, you get like a romantic scene with them. Reed like falls asleep on our lap and all this stuff. But at that point, you would have access to Gnome's village, and most people don't go back for the shovel for that. Which, we don't use the shovel. So it's morning, we wake up. We're gonna go talk to Keel and Meredy. And I'm mainly saying that so I don't forget, because I forget sometimes. And then after that, we need to go back into this house and get Meredy. I must remember that. I make that mistake a lot. And there's the Wonder Chef and he's gone. I don't even know what that thing is. And yeah, we're gonna see Meredy's like falling asleep, and they have these giant books, which are kind of crazy. There's also one in here with the Wonder Chef. You have to do it before you have to do it before something happens here with an event, or else you miss this Wonder Chef. But you could always use the dark part to get that recipe anyways. Now, like, when you cook, if you master all the dishes on one character, you get a title. And that takes ridiculous amounts of time. Because after you succeed, you have to get in a battle. So, like, I would never even think about doing all titles. That's insanity. Plus, Racius, he has a title for, like, hitting level 30. And you'd have to actually level him. So, that is never going to happen. Even though people ask me about that.
Yeah, I feel like nowadays it's like a required thing to ask like your favorite streamer or whatever if they'll run a 100% of whatever game they're running, even if it's complete nonsense. Even more so for an RPG.
Maybe like Star Ocean 4 with their battle trophies, which is awful.
Oh no.
Yeah. I stopped playing that because, but whatever. Or, you know, of course, botting Kaitos, which people know about, and some people have done. 2 people, I think. It's funny. I was
Yeah.
trying to look on a site and like Google Translate, and I had like info about this, and it said something about Baten Kaitos on there. It was weird. Bad translation. The Japanese information for this game is actually pretty difficult to find, but that's why I found some glitches. And like the timing is weird, and they have a list of the glitches allowed, and one of them is the Infinite Aurora Sword glitch, which I don't know why they list, because I don't think it could ever be useful. You could only really use against Nerd, and then it's not even reliable, because you have to be at low life.
Yeah, don't you have to use Super Lightning Blade too?
Yep. And like at the parts earlier where it'd be useful, you don't have that yet.
Yeah, Roar
It's
skills
also-
come so late in the game.
Yeah, it's also really difficult to pull off. I tried, man. It's tough. It's cool looking though. Definitely. There's some weird glitches with when you use skills during certain animations. If you use Sylph and you have Freeze Lancer cast on another person, it will cast Freeze Lancer for the entire summon. It's pretty cool. But I don't think it could ever be useful. So now we're back at Iman. We went to the train station. They said they need fuel. So if we want to ride the train, we have to bring them fuel. This giant thing, which you're not going to see, but I'm going to be carrying it. That must be a nightmare. I'm not even sure if that costs money. I think it does. Yeah, but we have enough, so... yeah. And coming up is one of the best parts of the game, an auto-scroller that lasts about 2.5 minutes. And I am thankful for this because it lets me take breaks. I don't need one right now. Well, I might need to get some water actually.
You have the same idea I do. I use this to go get some water or use the bathroom.
Yeah. There's only 2 chances in the run, really. And for all bosses, again, like the Orbis Bear is the final time. And then you have like 3 hours of no breaks. Also, I could do something very mean here, but I will not do it. The way this minigame works is you build up speed and you can turn on your brakes to slow down. Merity's supposed to drop off letters and you get the Choo Choo Girl title. Which is gonna go full blast, ignoring everybody and their mail. And Keel will tell us to slow down and get upset and stuff. He's motion sick. I don't blame him. But the way it works is you get brake power as you're not braking, and it caps at 400, and your speed caps at like 79 kilometers an hour or whatever their thing is. So what you could do is you could get to maximum speed, turn the brake level to 1, and it's really grating, and then you could stay okay. I won't do that, don't worry. I'm just saying, if you wanted to annoy people, there you go. And right here I'm gonna get some water. Alright, I'm back. Just in time. Also, this disc 2 is like where most of the game is. Like, you do so much stuff here compared to 1 and 2. Like, compared to 1 and 3, sorry. Disc 3 is like 40 minutes long or something. Maybe a little bit more than that.
It's also where you get the MVP.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, not gonna use Mr. MVP until later. Although we could, if I wanted to do that crazy Volt strat. And I was really tempted, but I didn't actually have enough time to practice it.
I will get that down later.
Yeah. Also, I was messing with the Guardian strat too. I don't know how you do it, but I'm just gonna use Fireball to be safe. But I have been messing with running past him and casting Aqua Edge, and it's crazy faster. That's like 10 seconds faster. But for a boss, that's fast. We're in Luishka now. This is Merity's like hometown. You can see it's been ravaged. And we will see why later. I don't think they explain much about it yet. We're gonna meet Galanos. He does like all his research here. He has like a lab. And he wants to examine Reed, his body, because Reed possesses Fibrio, which is what Merity calls it. And Ross had it as well. And it's like the divine aura. It's like the aura of Seyfried, so they have godly powers basically. And Merity possesses one of these as well. It's not divine though, and we will see it later. In this raid there were two gods, Seyfried and Nerid. Seyfried was like the nice one that Inferians worship. Nerid was the nice one that Celestians worshipped. Turns out when you have two of them that are supposed to be the good ones, one of them's not. And that is Nerid. Seyfried locked him away. We find out it's in Regulus Null. And we'll see what happened later. It's kind of weird because you can fight him twice in this game. I don't know how that works. But there we go. I don't know exactly how he works. It possesses people, but whatever. Also, you see this cool bush baby thing. One of the 7 treasures. Colane's pot is one, the Van Elsha is one, and I don't even know the rest. The dress, maybe? We don't get them. I also don't pick up any of the 60 lens. If you play the game, you know there's like lens that you can collect, and you give them to Irene, who is a cameo character from Destiny 1. And she gives you stuff every time. Some pretty cool stuff, like the Canceller at 50 for max, which lets you actually chain his skills together, and there is a way to glitch it to chain how you're not supposed to. But 50 lens takes too long, so I'm not going to grab them. And again, we're going to sleep. They do a lot of sleeping. And Merity's going to have like a flashback from when she was a kid. You'll see her mother, Chazelle. Important figure later on. And here, they're just talking about, like, their parents. I believe Farah talks about her parents are dead. And she asks Merity, and Merity gives, like, kind of a weird answer. It's like she says they're gone, or none, or something. It's weird. I don't know what's with that flashback where she's in, like, that cage thing. I don't know, they were doing tests on her, maybe. I think Chazelle was also like a researcher. And you find out that Belir and Chazelle married, and those are her parents. And we'll see what happened to them later on in the game. And now Reed's been analyzed by Galanos. I don't even know why. Like, you can't harness his power unless you're him. And pretty soon, like in a few seconds soon, we're gonna leave and we're gonna head back to the train station and we're gonna go to Gnome's mine, which is where Gnome resides. And I have to do another train minigame, but I actually have to be here and do it. Because if I AFK during that, I'm gonna die. And it's also timed. It's like another 2.5 minute thing. And it's kind of boring, honestly. I need to make sure to use this. Also, I'll point out a weird thing with the encounter. If I were to exit Luishka and enter the roadmap, I can go more steps than if I had exited, saved, load, and then step again. The step counter gets lowered when you do that. So, I mean, it's something you wouldn't normally know because you don't do it unless you're like practicing. Also, that shop before this, if you wanted to, in the beginning of the game, in Inferior City, you could get more life bottles and less flare bottles, and you could buy them here. Flare bottles are not available in every store. They are rare. But yeah, so I just got tossed bombs at these things falling. When the track splits like that, you can't actually hit these. So you have to hope you don't get bad timing with them, or else they could give me an encounter. I can run away, but it takes time. It doesn't reset your progress. You don't have to start over. It's just the time ones do. That one's not gonna hit. Sometimes I'll try to like juke your bombs by adjusting speed. A good way to do this is when you hear them scream, if the track's not split, you can just drop a bomb them and they'll get them. Sometimes I drop 2 to be safe. If I drop 4 on PS1, it'll actually lag the game. But you saw the split happen at a bad time. And that's what this is gonna be. Those are like egg bears trying to catch the train. And I'm pretty sure they look like that in battle. But I haven't gotten an encounter with one in a long time, so I'm not sure what the encounter group is. If you do this well, you can kind of time it by, you can get 18 kills, I believe, is the maximum. There is a minigame of this you can do later, if you wanted to come back or something, and you get a title, I believe. Some sort of bomber title. And you get points for hitting different cards, but I don't like this game. Maybe because I have to do it so much, but yeah. Okay, like that one was smart. Almost juked me. It is kind of weird, they made like models for him, for Reed in this, even though they're only used here. A bunch of these minigames you can play on the Van Elsha, I believe, if you convert one of the rooms. And in Gnome's Mine, coming up, when I get to a certain spot, we're going to use the second and final save warp of the game. And it'll take us back all the way to the beginning. And there you go, encounterless. Usually it's like that, but sometimes bad things happen. Nice thing to know is I don't know what half these items are, or rather I don't remember what they are in the chest. If I don't remember them, they're probably not useful. Like that one. I think that's a crystal. Or a shard. And here in this break room, we're going to pick up the dynamite, which is the middle item. We need this for 2 different things. And the game's going to tell me to run. And when I played it casually, like, I tried to run, but yeah, it goes by itself. And that conveyor thing back there was the fake. If you play casually a lot, you might know that's what you farm using Maxwell Blue Earthon. Get levels, since it gives 100,000 base EXP if you succeed and the enemy lives. And now I just have menuing here. That was Demon Hammer, right? Yeah. And I've been opting to use ice here lately. And I cook again using the dark pot, not the beef stew, because I don't want to fail. Since dark pot again is not able to fail unless you have the wrong ingredients. And we're back to the start, and the reason is I'm going to pick up the key to the elevator and put back the dynamite. What they talk about there is that it's just a stick, and that's their key, even though they're like advanced. And up there is Kalane's pot, one of the treasures. You need the shovel to get it though. I believe it does the same thing as the dark pot, but it's, yeah, useless. And we're going to camp out again, but we're not going to light a fire. We're just going to chill and talk, and we're going to play some Whist. Now I'm tempted to play it, but I'm not going to. I'm going to skip it. If you played this, you know it's like Uno, kind of, except the AI cheats like crazy. Like, it's really hard to beat. A lot of times, like, sometimes you don't even get to play. They just make you go to 15 cards and you're out, or they just go out. But what you can do is you can hold R1 and press left, up, or right, and that will look at the respective player's hands, and you can cheat by looking at their hand. Not that it will help that much. And now I'm going to put back the key into this one and grab the dynamite because we have one more boulder to blow up. And for some reason I always move down right instead right, it doesn't matter, it takes no time. And we're gonna come to Gnome's Village, which has pretty cool music. However, the actual like best part, you're not even gonna hear. Well, okay, you might hear it because I have to save, but we'll see. And we're also gonna get some nice battle music. I do have to shop here and pick up holy bottles. I'm going to scroll my inventory down to the very bottom first with the shoulder button though. Now I'm going to save. There's honestly no reason to do this, like I don't think you can fail this. Okay, I thought so. The saving does make it kick in a bit, but yeah. I'm going to try to force gnome to be our slave here, and he doesn't want to go inside this tiny cage because he thinks he won't fit, to put it nicely. This fight has a mechanic with these gnomes in the background that throw stones, and if they hit you, it has a high chance of stun, and you can't do anything while it's stunned. And there you go. I am one level lower than I'd like to be, but the reason I use Ice Needles is it more consistently gets a 40 hit combo over Lightning. Now Lightning, you can get like an 85 hit combo if you're insanely lucky, which has happened, but I don't like to rely on that. But yeah, that's an example of like how a lot of fights go. You don't even get to see the boss. If you see the boss, you're in trouble. Usually. And with that staff swing, it also makes it so that I can beat out his Grave cast. If I jumped straight up and didn't swing my staff, he could cast Grave on Q. And he can like summon his friends and all this stuff, if that happens. But with that low swing, he can't do that. And it's also because Sylph's Bite is at 9. I am purposefully not fringing to keep it, like keep all these at 9. Since again, that ups your cast speed. I didn't use my bottle where I wanted to. I'll just use it when I leave the map then. Like normally there'd only be 2 more spots where I use a bottle on the roadmap, but I'm gonna have to use it here since I forgot. And coming up is Chat's Hut. I really like this area, it's one of my favorite areas. It's a nightmare to learn because it's like a maze, every floor looks the same, but it really is fun. Oops. I'm also gonna bring my map back. Doesn't matter yet, but I want it later. We're gonna try to enter, we can't enter, we gotta leave, it lets us enter, Keel gets annoyed. And like casually, you like go through all the rooms and it's terrible casually. But once you learn where to go, you can just skip most rooms. A lot of them don't matter. Sometimes they just provide hints to the floor. Each floor has a sort of gimmick to it. This is like something that Eifred left behind to chat. I don't know how he got it built. If he paid people or what. But yeah. He liked his tricks. Eifred's just like a recurring character in the series, whether through name or in the games. And Merity triggers some sort of gas and we all pass out and we get kidnapped. And this place has 8 floors. We start at the bottom and we work our way up. And like Merity's gonna wake up and have to go to the bathroom or something, and she never gets to go. It'd be cool if you could get her outfit from the beginning of the game, but you can't do that. There are alternate outfits. We only get to use it for Mount Celsius, and cameo outfits when you're dressing up to get ready, getting geared up. Kind of sucks because Farah gets Ruti's outfit from Destiny 1 and it looks pretty cool. But I won't be equipping that, or whatever. Now each floor has a load point. They have left, they have right, they have up and down. And they have a hole. Quickie cannot fit. You have to get a rubber ducky and a wind up key. And have the duck hit it. But first for this floor I have to turn on this switch. This is another version difference. It's going to set my on-screen character to read. This does not happen in English. And it's not read in the menu. And now we're Q again. That's just another weird difference. Here's our Ducky. Mary says she used to play with him a lot. Gets mad at Q. Pretty good. And these switches I'm gonna hit, you want to try to hit him in the middle because it's faster than running around the outside. So we see if I can do that. Nope. Guess not. And now we have all we need for the first floor, and we can leave to floor 7 since we start on 8. And on the very final floor, I'm gonna fight the Guardian. Now there's 2 strats for him. One is the 10-second faster one. You run to the right. This works regardless if he comes to the left or not. And you try to get behind him and spam Aqua Edges very fast. I hope he doesn't kill you. And then there is the just spam Fireball strat. And against him, he can come to the left and stay to the left. I don't want that to happen. This floor's gimmick is like these statues you push. There we go, Ducky. In this next room, I'm gonna move at least 2 pixels to the right. That was like 4, but yeah. If you step in front of that middle knight, you get a forced encounter with robots. And they are indeed in disguise. And now I pick up the Soul Eater there, so I don't have to get the battle pick later. It's like 5 seconds out of the way to pick that up. It's just what I prefer. The slash is higher than battle pick. And we only use Demon Hammer. And this floor has burnable walls. And you have to be careful with your holy bottle usage because some of these halls have no encounters. Also, I'm trying to get as close to the wall as possible before I shoot because Kyo runs faster than light. So you don't want to shoot it from far away. And this floor, sometimes I have to take a second to remember. This has quizzes. It's a 3rd answer for both. I'm pretty sure this is different in Japanese than it is in English. The answers, that is. It's still 3 and 3. In English, it's like a sweater and a joke. I kind of want to look at these sometime and see what they are. The other rooms have like items and stuff, but we don't care about that. Here it doesn't matter which way you go for this floor. I opt for the top. This gimmick is just like hidden in household goods. A closet in like a kitchen disposal thing. And then floor 3 is the one I like always forget. But it's got these conveyor belts, and you're supposed to push like a statue onto it and get pushed into it. I need to grab the blue talisman there, but I'm gonna not do that. Okay, that didn't work too well, but if you hold left when you're at the bottom there, even if you don't go on the top, you will always get through. If it's done well, you can do it on the first try. And to the right, there's like a conveyor belt, and I don't know, there's no reason to do it. Here we have some pictures. I have to do some menuing now. Okay, chat's up. Do I want to use it? Yeah, I'll use opt for that. Here we have Ruti. You have to turn these portraits in a certain way. And you have to turn Felia's 4 times and Stan's 6. So you do Stan last. Because on the final one, it stops you automatically. Unlike the other pictures. So you can actually mash it faster. And you have to do this because if you don't turn the portraits and you try to go up these stairs, you slide down. And it's like it's haha gotcha kind of thing. Because Ifrid's a prankster. On the first floor, on the top side, there's these barrels and it's like a puzzle. I don't even know how you're supposed to do it casually. But I ignore it and I go through the exit. You can actually do it without pulling the barrel, but it's like too precise for a human. So I'm gonna pull it slightly and then just go through and grab the duck. In this room. It's like a nightmare otherwise. Come on. And then we just wiggle through. And now I have to listen to Guardian. If I hear like a certain sound, I know that means he's coming to the left. He likes to move all over the place. If he stays on the left, that's really bad, so I'll safety save. If he goes back right, it's fine. If you keep attacking him when he's on the left, he might stay there too. Okay, he didn't do it. That's good. Okay, he did, but I didn't hear him. Now he is weak to ice, but it turns out Grave does almost as much damage, but it's better at containing him. And right there, you saw that Reed ran back to the left. 28 seconds is a really good time for that fight, by the way. With the other strat, it's like 19 seconds. But yeah, Reed ran right, or ran left, sorry. And that's because the game ate the input. I'm holding R2 during that, so it's constantly telling him to fight. And it ate his input, so if I had been casting, I would have dropped my glitch. So again, L2 has priority over R2, and you want to use L2 for spells. This does work with like various spells for healing and like other weird buffs. But we don't bother with that. It does let you target your teammates as well with offensive spells and you can kill them. Like distortion and stuff, single target things that affect them. And you can do the deep mist glitch. And deep mist is like a weird spell that cancels your input and it's really obnoxious. But you can use it to infinitely combo with your melee characters. But I believe I can't even get it in this run, so I don't use it. And now here we see chat. Chat comes into play later for Volt. I'm gonna use her, since it's like the safer strat. And she wants us to join her crew. And we agree, because if you say no, well you just stand here and you can't do anything but talk to her again. And we board the Venosha. I do not get to drive it yet, I will get to later. I'll explain its mechanics at the time, because there are ways to use it slightly faster. And for some reason, Ifrid was like this technological genius with like more technology than anyone else in Celestia. And we got our really pretty clown vehicle. Super colorful. And Keel's just interested in it, doesn't even care. We're like not even treating chat like a captain either. And Reed does get to drive it, but again, it's not going to be me. He's going to crash into Peruti, the ice there. It's our next destination. Chat has this obsession with this engine as well. He's in love with it. Kind of weird. And I can understand like them not wanting to treat her like a captain because she's like 10 or 12 years old or something based on her portrait. And here's a little bit of an auto-scroller in a second here. It's pretty short. But first we have to scare chat off with Quickie. She does not like animals, but Quickie likes her. And she throws a fit and says like no animals on board, but whatever, she gives in. You'll see it later on at the end of the game. She'll really give in. And here we go. Again, all I can do is use the camera. I could spin it in circles, but that'll probably get me motion sick. And we're heading to Celsius. We stopped by Peruti, we need to get Celsius. But she is throwing a tantrum. Peruti, a normally warm place, is now really cold. Even though it's really close to like this icy mountain. Like when it warms up later, it feels really out of place. Because it's like just barely enough room around it that's warm. Like, I'm not surprised, or rather I am surprised that like chat didn't throw a fit at Reed for crashing. Like, but I guess this ship is so sturdy that it doesn't matter. Here, Keel cannot handle the cold. He's gonna turn into ice. We just pick him up. And magically he's fine. And we come to the inn, which is like the only place that's heated, I guess. And we meet this guy with pink hair. And his name is like Gus or Gustav or something. And we find out later he's with the Chalescan army. It's like a resistance, fighting against Belir and stuff. And we're gonna end up joining them. But for now we have to beat Celsius. It's kind of like our test. And there's gonna be a loud noise coming in for each character when they get changed, so be warned. Kinda loud. And now they all rely on Reed to pick out their outfits, because they're just not satisfied. So we grab, I think it's a thick robe, a cloak, and a poncho. And I want to end at the bottom left of the area so Reed doesn't walk on his own. I think that was perfect when he hands it. Because when the AI walks the character, they are walking. And it's slower than me running, so I just run to the proper position or try to. And that one was perfect as well, which never happens. Not sure if I can get the third. Mary's outfit's pretty cool. I like hers the best, I'd say. I don't really like Farrah's. That was slightly off. She just wears a poncho. Apparently these clothes are warmer than her previous ones, which are really thick. And so we decide to change back to our normal clothes in this icy city where Reed is showing his midriff. I don't remember, but I think I used the holy bottle at the end of chat slot. Pretty sure. That's kind of important. And now we're in our outfits again. And it's super cold. Can't even try to go up the mountain. So Ifrit's gonna take care of this. Somehow this works. Kinda reminds me of Super Metroid. The water boss, whatever its name is. And coming up, I'm going to grab the freeze charm in front of the igloo. And freeze is a devastating status ailment. Your character cannot do anything. You cannot change that character's gear. And you take increased damage, I believe. But also, that charm has some ice resistance. And Celsius, you know, we kind of want Reed to have this. Now, you could do 2 warrior symbols. But if you get frozen by Celsius like twice, ooh, I almost did really bad movement. That's why I kind of veered off there. And you'll see why. Because I take this down a bit faster. If I had fallen there, that would really suck. But yeah, you could use 2 warrior symbols, hope you don't get frozen, and she would be faster. And we grabbed the Toto oil there. We need to burn this. And I'm going to do my menu now, if I can remember. Heal. And cook. Oh, I'm gonna do a safety thing too. I know this might seem weird, but I need to be really safe. This next encounter is devastating. You've got 2 Yetis that can just kill your run. Now I'm not moving to the side, but as long as you're holding left, it does let you run away. Even if you're dead, you can still run like that. And now I'll do the actual safety save. It's just that encounter before is ridiculously hard if they start casting Freeze Lancer or they hit you with a snowball. And for Celsius, she's a small target and she has Mirage. Lets her move a bit of distance, basically behind the enemy, and she's invulnerable. Farrah gets this too, later on. So this fight has a wide range of times. If she comes to the left, it's kind of dangerous, but I can also get like a 30-second kill on her. It's what I want to happen, I guess. Oops. I'm gonna keep Reed healed up too for safety. She can burst him. And I can't just hold R2 Because if I do, Reed's gonna swing at air behind her. This is where fights start to get longer. If she came to the left, I could have had like 20 to 30 second fight. Because I could just hold the button and push her back. But she didn't, so it's gonna be like 40 something. Or that wasn't even 40. 38 maybe? Or 30. That was close. That was a really good fight. You kind of rely on Reed's AI. And sometimes it's really awful. Like particularly against Rem, if you kind of let the AI do what they want, they can't handle that fight very well. So I have a very specific strat for that. And now that we beat up Celsius, we're going to force her to come with us. And then the final normal Kramer we will get is Volt. But we do have to defeat Rem. And it's important to not give her to the cage with the Freet. It causes extra dialogue because she really hates him. And he really likes her. But once I get to Disc 3, I'm actually not going to be using Kyo for most things anymore. It will indeed be a bit of a different run as we get our best character online. Here I use this Holy Bottle, and it's a bit early. But it makes it so I don't have to use it on the red map. Which again saves about 2 seconds. And magically Perudi is just out of range of the ice. And everyone's having a good time. We are going to have a little bit of story here. We're going to rest in the inn. And he's going to take us to a back room here and talk about Shaleska. Their freedom fighter stuff. Now if I had done a different strat... Well, I guess I don't have to get into it. We don't head there yet. We have to head to Iman, and then we go there. But if I'd done the Aquared's strat against Guardian, I could actually beat these guards later that I'm going to lose to on purpose. Well, I can beat them now, but it requires frenzying and it's slow. But the good strat against Guardian makes that fight later like 10 seconds faster. But again, it's just too risky. Next up, we're gonna go to Hyman. Hyman, not Hyman. And we're gonna find out that something bad happened there. And we have to fight Hiedis again. The same guy from the beginning of the game, except he has a lot more health and like 20% resistance to everything. Here, I don't even know what Meridy's trying to do. She just gets up and Ferris stops her. Yeah, like, Celsius there, she had 33,333 health. And now Hiedis 2 is gonna have 45 grand. And these numbers are gonna go up and up. So while Keel is great early game, his power falls off because his spells are based off his int, which is level based, and like int off gear. And they don't expect you to use the novice spells like the whole game, so the damage really falls off. So we need to replace them later. Now, a thing you could do is you could actually play this 2-player and it would be quicker, because someone could use like Meredy doing the same strat, and it would speed things up a lot. Or you could attempt to do 2 controllers, but I don't even want to try that. There, I wait just a couple seconds, just make sure I don't hit upright. If you hold upright, you'll leave the ship. And then you have to go back in and it wastes time. And now I get to drive. And I wanted my map just because, again, I use my map for a lot of things. I don't even know why we go here, like I don't think it explains much. I think it had to do with Meredith being awake there and she's worried. But yeah, this beautiful city is now destroyed. Actually, I'm just gonna save now. Weird thing is, if you save, Meredith's not here, but as soon as you load, she's back in your party. And you have to view the scene where she leaves. And also, if I had set, well, I think Reed's skill is still set, but in this fight, excuse me, in this fight, as soon as you enter it, it removes his skill, not Keel's, it just removes his. You can't, he's not shortcutted, so I have to set it. And hopefully I can get a good combo here. I'm gonna try to be a bit brave and jump towards him. This actually gets pretty tiring after a while if you practice this stuff a lot. I think I messed up my combo, I didn't even look. You have to mash pretty quickly. I don't look at the combo numbers though because I have to look at the bottom left. Okay, 43 is fine. The numbers there vary a ridiculous amount. If I had gotten like a 170 hit combo, I would be level 28 I think after this. And right now I'm probably 24 or 25. So when you watch like a TAS, they have perfect combos and their levels are insane. Like actually good enough. Okay, we're only 24. We're actually under level. That's fine. I couldn't even do the Hearted Volt strat now if I wanted to, because you need 25 to get Twin Sonic Blade, which is what it revolves around. So I'm gonna be picking up chat later. First, we have to go to Teen Sia. That city, I don't even know how to say the name. I'm pretty sure that's how you do it. But yeah, those are coffins. Everyone but these two are dead. Unfortunately. And now this doesn't matter at the moment, but with the ship, the forward speed, like acceleration and top speed, is the same as going in reverse. Later on, I'll actually drive it in reverse to save a couple seconds here and there, instead of like turning around. Even though we land at the docks, it takes us through the walk-through entrance. Here, they try to stop us, but we show that we have the badge, the Miakiss badge. They all worship these, like, cat things that accompany Miakiss. Because Max / Fog, he likes them. His name is Fog in Japanese. He had a major name change for some reason. More than anyone else. So I normally call him Fog, but today I'll just call him Max. And here I'm going to take a fall on purpose. And I'm going to try to gather everyone in between these guys. So we get juggled back and forth to die faster. On average, this takes around 30 to 32 seconds, as opposed to beating them, which is usually slower. But if you do super good on combos and the Guardian strat, it's faster to kill them. And it's pretty important when I get out of here to not get an encounter, because we all have 1 life, except for Max. But when we get to Volt Ruins at the beginning, as soon as he rejoins the party, we'll be healed to full for some reason. And story-wise, they're talking about how they want to assault their castle. There's some sort of barrier around it. So they're working on a cannon to shoot it, and we're going to use that cannon on the ship we have. It's just a prototype. It looks pretty ugly though. Like, Isla's a cool character. She's basically the one who's actually running things. Because Max is a bit of a dimwit. He's really strong, he's charismatic, but he's not that smart. And now we meet him. He's pretty beefy though. If you look at him in the credits, he is like a giant. And his cannon looks like a squirt gun. And he is going to be the character I use in Disc 3. He is the best character in the game. His strength is insane. However, we don't have his skill that makes it possible yet. We have Burning Force, which is awful. We need Aqua Spiral, which you have to trigger a specific event, and I'll talk about it when I get there, because it's going to seem like I go out of the way. But it's important. Now, Airblade I think it's called, against larger bosses can technically do more damage than Aqua Spiral. However, it's only against really large ones where it can hit a lot. And you have to extend it, and extensions are a pain for him. Except for Aqua Spiral, which, if you extend it, it cures him by 90% of his max health. Which hopefully I won't let happen, but it's awful when that happens. Because it's like, would you rather heal yourself or would you rather do 20,000 damage? However, for the faster Volt strat, I guess I'll talk about it now. I would use him and I would jump attack Volt. And I would give Reed the Voltic, which is an electric type sword. And Volt is the electric Craymail. So he should do 1 damage, but all the projectile, Sonic Blade, Demon Fang like attacks ignore your weapon's elemental effect. So Twin Sonic Blade would do a lot of damage plus Grave. And the reason I'm not doing that is because 1, Max starts the battle with 1 health. So you have to have like Merity cure him. And that makes it more consistent, but also Volt is a unique boss. He has an anti-combo mechanic, the only boss in the game that does. If you get a 10-hit combo, he uses Family Reunion, and he splits into tiny pieces, hits the entire screen. It won't wipe you, it'll do a lot of damage, but 2 of them will wipe you. That claimed my very first run of this game, because I didn't know that it could happen like twice, and I didn't understand it at the time. So you have to be very mindful of combos against them. And here I'm going to pick up Toss Hammer for chat. But yeah, the reason this split isn't the worst part. If he stays in the same spot, he'll die. But if he moves, he'll kill you in one Thunderblade. It'll one-shot any one of our party. Also on hardcore, he casts Indignation instantly at the start of the battle. However, it still has like the animation, so it's not that bad. But yeah, that strat saves about 50 to 52 seconds. But again, it's not safe. And we pick up chat plus Toss Hammer because it throws a lot of hammers, and it's water based, which is his weakness. And that's how I'll be controlling. And I'm going to try to get underneath him. I'm talking about all this right now so I don't have to do in the fight, and there's like mishaps that can happen if I slip up. However, I'll be having Merity assist me to contain Volt. A lot of these bosses, you kind of have to like get a good start, or you die. So we're kind of like glass cannon style throughout the game, even though we're low level. And chat more so, she's very weak defensively. Here we gotta make a triangle with these. And here I pick up the stun charm. It's like the freeze charm, but prevents paralysis and stun. Not stun charm, paralysis charm, whatever. Volt can do it, and that's awful. And gives us electric resistance. Or Volt resistance as it's called. And the big bag, which is a weapon for chat. And I will sell it later, when she's done. Here we grab the fuse, and that chest is an all divide. However, I don't want that, because that will slow down the run. It does give safety, but I don't need it. And here, we need to do an opposite triangle here, so we just hit every switch once. And I like the music of Volt Runes, but like it's not like something I could listen to all day. I would say Gnome's Village is better. And we needed the fuse to put it in there. There is multiple ways to get through this, but this is the fastest way. And up here, you do have to go into this room and see this little scene, because again, L's games and their unbreakability, I guess, for sequence breaks. We need to power this with a piece of Volt, which we're gonna find on the ground. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It has no name. I call it that. Red blue opens this way. Pick up the Voltic sword. That's going to be important later for damage and safety. Now it might seem like I'm low on holy bottles, but it's okay. I'm only going to use 2 more. I have 1 extra. And I pick up the holy staff because I'm going to sell it. It sells for 16,000 some on. And again, another scene. And now I do my menuing to swap. Oh. Oops. Okay, well I'm not gonna have cooking because I just made an error. Off here there's an egg he gives you, and that messed it up. That's fine. It's only going to cost a couple seconds. Yeah, he has like a 100% drop rate to drop an egg for some reason, and that just messes with everything. And normally I would have tossed it, but yeah, I forgot. Luckily, it didn't give me a bad effect. Wow, that bad. It lowered our TP. It can paralyze like your whole party. And I set side and neutral to toss timer because if you try to run and hit neutral attack, like neutral skill, it won't do anything. You have to stop moving. I want to be careful with my start here. Oops. As long as he doesn't cast. I want to be under him to get as much damage as possible. Also forgot to do this, that's okay. It's not that bad. That took a bit longer because I didn't cook. And I forgot to set that. But all in all, I lost about 5 seconds there. And I use Meredy normally, if I remember, instead of Reed because she doesn't combo as well and she keeps hitting with her spells. She doesn't have to run back and forth. And now we learn that something's wrong with Volt, and if you played the PSP version, I believe this is where you could get a buggy version where you cannot progress the game. So we have to play slots. And first try. It is possible if you're a machine to do that one cycle earlier, but I can't do that. And now we meet Shadow. We don't fight him here, and we don't fight him at all in the run. He is optional. And these two are gonna fuse and give us Excalibur. It's a really strong weapon, and I'm gonna be using it. I'm even gonna use it against Rem. Even though it's a light-based weapon. Just like I explained with Volt, your blade attacks ignore weapon elemental damage. Yep, they blow up and become a weapon. And on my way out, I'm going to unequip Jet's gear and sell it. With the other strat, you would just pick up the Mithril gauntlets later on in Balir's Castle, and you would be 2400 gold short from what you normally have. And you'd still pick up the big bag. And the way I do my shopping is, in Balir Castle I'm going to buy 7 lemon gels, and to do the other strat I would just buy 6. So even though it seems like, oh, you probably have all kinds of cash, well, it's really important to have 160,000 later for Max's impulse cannon. Also, good idea to not sell that weapon as I have done before. Yep. And the reason I'm going to pick that up later is just, again, Max is the best character. And we can't get his weapon after that, the Photon Ray, until we beat Rem. And at that point, we don't go back to Jaleska HQ. We're gonna go in here and Kyo's gonna like leave the party a little bit. He's gonna do some research to help them with the cannon because he's all smart. Chat's gonna leave the party, goes back to her ship, and that's why I had to unequip before getting here. If I didn't, I would have had to go back, get Chat because she has the warrior symbol, and I need that. That is for Max. Oh no, Kyo already left, we need to grab him, that's right. Otherwise it'd be pretty cool if you could use Kyo against Volt to contain him. And now that cannon looks amazingly different in that short amount of time because of Kyo. And that's gonna go on the Van show. But first we have to like sleep, there's like some dialogue, and then we have a cool minigame. And this game loves its minigames.
Your favorite one's coming soon.
Dude, the ship is so good. I love the ship one, honestly. Because I can do it really quick. And there's a way I want... Oh my god, get out of my way, please. The NPC's a little trollish. Here they ask where Chat is, and they say ship, and then we just ignore her and go sleep in this fancy pad. It's important not to choose the wrong floor here, because you'll see it's a bit of a ride, and we don't want to trigger this again. But yeah, the ship minigame that's coming up, I just call it battleships. It's you versus like 2, 4, 7 ships, and you have to shoot them with the laser, and time stops somehow when you shoot the laser, so you don't have to predict. You have health, it's really hard to lose, and you have a special ability that will instantly take out 1 to 2 ships, depending on when you use it and what's alive. So it's very, very difficult to fail it. And there's a way I'd like to make it faster, because there's these 2 ships I really want to get in one shot, but I've not been able to make it work. It looks like you can do it though.
You definitely can. I've done it before in a run. It's just hard to do consistently.
Yeah, at first I'm going to shoot 2 ships, 2 red ships in a row. In one shot, sorry. And then I'm going to shoot a tiny ship and a green ship, and then there's a red ship and a green ship that I want to get. And then there's like a black ship out of the way, and I just shoot that one. It's a little different from TS that I'd seen, but it's also faster. And it just requires specific movements at the start. I know I'm talking about it a bit early, but it's a lot to talk about. Here we have a bit of a flashback from Reed. That is Farah's dad right there. He's murdering everyone. And we'll find out why later. And Reed's dad, he goes and puts him down, but he dies in the process. It's a double KO. I don't think you even see his or Farah's mother's. But they're dead too, and I think Keel's parents are still alive. They're alive after that, so they must be alive now. But yeah, nightmare, we wake up, Mary's gone, we'll go have a cool chat. Luckily, they kind of spread the dialogue out in this game, except for like 3 major sections, so it's not too boring throughout those parts. There's movement in between. I mean, like casually, you would have done a lot more, but I can see why. And here, Farah is kind of eavesdropping, stalkerish. She doesn't even come out to talk to us. I don't remember what Mandy talks about here, just more about her mom and dad probably. Although we don't really know who they are yet. And Max and chat were working on this all night, and somehow they already got the cannon mounted. That's pretty quick. But then again, they have Max, who is just a beast. Farrah is my favorite character, but you can't say no to Max.
Did you not see him opening that door to Volt's cave?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. There's a riddle there, and you're like supposed to figure it out. But nope, Max just rips it open. Now we have these other ships with us, and they don't do anything except for support fire, which I'll use once. And there's not as many ships as it looks like opposing us. I don't even know who's commanding them. Monsters, maybe? And now I'm gonna focus. They switched to Max Drive and then they switched to Reed. It's kind of funny.
Another thing to keep in mind, when he's charging the laser here, he really can't move around.
Yeah, the turning circle is very tiny. Now these two, it looks like you can get them. And I tried, but you see I didn't actually get it. I waited till the very last moment too. I was actually worried I wasn't gonna get it. Red one. But that's how you do it quickly, as fast as possible. Another thing you can do is you can press X there when it's charged and you get like a speed boost if you need to move around. But, you know, I would only use it if I made an error. And the way it works to get it quickly is I manipulated the AI to move a certain way by moving forward at the start to keep the red ship going, and then turning a couple times, and then you gotta move forward again. And now I'm gonna sell a bunch of crap, keeping one item there. Now I have 132k, and I'm actually 30 short for Max's weapon. But that 30k is going to be the flambears from Ifrit's Cavern at the start, and I'm going to sell that during my final shopping trip. And now I cannot actually get any more items that mess up my cooking until I do Ifrit's Cavern. The sea spin fish, they give me fish. And if I get them, I need to trash it. And this area is really awkward because some of these halls don't have encounters. And again, if you use a holy bottle in a room with no encounters, as soon as you go into one with, the very first step, you get an encounter. Didn't miss the switch, I normally miss that. And now menuing. Read and not that. And these two. Mary's actually in an awkward spot in my formation. I don't think she's normally there. It's okay. I missed the shot. And here, I think this is instructions how to use the panel things later. And like this hall has no encounters. If I use it, a bottle, I'm gonna get an encounter in the next room. And now Spyro. Spyro is capable of bursting Reed from full life to nothing, so I have to be mindful. Is that okay? And there we go. I don't safety save there because there's like no way I'm gonna die. And he gave us a fairy ring, which is like the emerald one, except it cuts TP usage by 1/2. Also, this room has no encounters. I'm not going to use the fairy ring for that though. I'm going to rune bottle it later into a mystic symbol, which cuts your casting time in half. And that's mainly fogs. Max, sorry. I slip into that sometimes. And then in Ivor's Cavern though, I'm gonna do it there. I'm gonna give it to Merity, and I only recently started doing this. Just for a bit more safety. Because every so often, the bad fight, I do get wiped. It's really rare, but it can happen. And again, we're not even to the worst part of the run yet, which is about 3.5 hours in. That part, that is. Oops. I can actually get to the next room without this bottle, but it turns out regardless of how I reroute this, I have to use the same amount of bottles. And one of them on the roadmap regardless, so I just do it earlier. And again, if I did the other Volt strat, coming up here is the Mithril Arms, and I could pick those up and sell them. But I'm not gonna take like any sort of safety shopping at Team Sale. I'm just doing it like how I normally do in a run. Except the start. The start is different. And upcoming, we find out the main antagonist of the game. We finally meet her. I mean, she's possessed, but yeah. And we're gonna lose here. You can beat this, it's so slow though. And all you get is like the experience, a smash cape, and 3 rune bottles. It's not worth it. We have no Aurora Arts, we cannot use Aurora Wave to stop Finality. It's not worth it at all. And it's not happening at this level. She actually has, Giselle here, she has the same stats as at the end of the game. However, at the end of the game, I'm going to be level 49 or 47, but 49 for Nerid. Because I believe she gives 50,000 experience when you kill her. So Max gets roasted. He's fine though. He got electrocuted by Volt and he was fine. Besides having 1 health. And what I want is her to not use Finality at all and just destroy me. Kill me. I use Gather to keep him here. Oh no, that missed. Okay. That was kind of slow. She can actually cast other stuff and kill you fast. Or she can cast Finality at the start and then you're at 1 life and then she kills you. But we're at her mercy. And Rastius, the hero, shows up with his godly aura. However, it doesn't really work. And yeah, what happens here? Well, Valir is dead. I don't know why she put a skeleton on there, but she did. And there's a cutscene that I always forget to skip every time. And here, we're going to see that Keel and Merity get up. But Farah won't answer us. We call out for her, but she just doesn't answer. Just kidding, she's fine. That's kind of in bad taste because Rastius, he's not fine. He took a big hit. the reason he wasn't able to defeat Shizel is he did Trials 1 and 2. He did not have time to do the third one. If he did do that, we would have died. Which is crazy because like his foresight must be amazing to calculate how long it takes, because those trials take forever. Kinda. The first one's kinda fast. And he gives us his Sacred Key, and this unlocks a few areas of the game. The Sacred Trials, and Maxwell, the greater amount of element. It's just called Elemental. Maxwell is insanely difficult early. I could actually go there now and do it, because I know how to do it, but I have to stop by Siren's ship for the Vorpal Blade. However, I'm not going to do that as... Okay, I actually couldn't go there now. I have to go to Inferior for that. But yeah. I would actually say Maxwell is the hardest boss in the game. The Nerds can have problems, but Maxwell, when he starts getting the edge, he destroys you, and he can do his extensions. But you won't see that because he's optional, thankfully.
Wait, the entire extension?
No, he can only separately cast each one. He won't do, the whole thing. But yeah, in my all bosses, he was the only fight I did badly because he hit me with Maxwell Minimus. And I ate up 2 of my dolls. Luckily, I was prepared. And I want to make a new strat for him using Keel, but we'll see how it goes.
The only boss I've seen use any of those extensions, Secunda's used one of them on me before when he was about to die.
Shining Gate, I believe he uses. Nerid Regulus can use them too. Or maybe that's like Eternity Swarm, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
He'll actually do that. He did that in my last run, I think. Or maybe he uses... I can't remember which shooting star is, if that's like the bluish skill or not. Purplish, I don't know. But Reed and Max actually survive it.
Well, he's a super boss for a reason.
Yeah. If you played casually, especially trying him on a hardcore, he's a nightmare. If you have Omega Steel, you can cheese it. Omega Steel lets you pop up an enemy that's not heavy. He is not heavy, and therefore you can infinite combo him when using it. However, in like that run, I don't have enough thrust. You need max, slash, and thrust, and I can't get it. And so sometimes he just sits there and dies to max, or he goes into super beast mode. And now we're picking up Galeno, so we're going to bring him to Tinsia. He's going to help with the cannon construction that's going on at Belir Castle. They're going to try to shoot the dark matter and destroy it. They're not going to have enough strength though. And also here I go in reverse, because it saves 2 seconds as opposed to turning around and going in forward to Tinsia. And coming up pretty shortly is the trials. They're pretty cool. The first one, we get to turn into a bear. The bear fight actually has RNG though. You can either defeat the merchant in 2 hits or 3 hits depending on your roll.
Damage ranges.
Yeah, they're insane. They go like 180-ish to like almost 400. And so for that fight, I'm gonna do down, down. And what I mean by that is like down attack, down attack. And what that'll do is, it hits him twice. It's the only combo that like hits twice really quickly. And it will stun the Egg Bear Merchant. If I don't stun him, he can actually hit me back and do like no damage. He punches you.
I've actually never seen him attack.
Yeah. But all the different attacks with the Egg Bear do the same damage. Oh, one thing I haven't tried is running away from that fight. You can attempt to run away from the fight after that, where you're supposed to lose, but you don't have enough time. I don't know if having a magic mist on Reed could change that. I wanted to mess with that.
Huh.
Well, the escape timer thing shows up on the screen.
They're pretty aggressive, so that would be hard to do.
Yeah, I have never landed a hit on the mage character. I've landed it on the warrior fighter character there, and you do like 10-11 damage, and it's an auto evasion block. It doesn't even do the animation for lock. Probably the same thing for the mage.
Yeah, I think that's something they put in to make sure you don't win that fight.
Yeah.
Because there's instances of that in the later games where fights you're supposed to lose, and they try really, really hard to give them special perks to keep them from dying.
Can you still beat him?
In some cases you can. In Tales of Destiny Remake, there are a couple of fights you're not supposed to win, but they'll have HP. But if you take a certain percentage of their health off, their HP value turns into a question mark. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, because there's like the Symphonia one, I think, too, with Mythos, and you can beat him early.
Yeah.
But it's the same result. I mean, I guess it's like that here with Shizao. You're not supposed to beat her, but you can do it. It plays no losing animation for her. It's just like the screen goes like white, fade out, I believe. I like this part. There's a reason why Meredy got shot back so far, which we'll find out later. It is pertinent to the story. And yeah, this is, like I said, the first trial. You need to have the divine aura to get through, which really annoys Kyo because he wants to know what's going on, so he tells Reed to tell him everything pretty much. And we meet Safer, the god of the road.
I don't think I've ever asked you. Did you ever try to kill Giselle early in the first time you fight her?
Not in a run, I'm sure you can. I mean, I've seen it on like YouTube. I know it's possible. But I haven't tried to, like, it would take too long for a run.
Every time I've tried, she ended the fight automatically if you take like half her health.
Yeah, and then you actually get items. The 3 room bottles and the smash cape. Oh, I guess it's more, it is important to know how to do that in case you get unlucky, like for the English version. I'm guessing that's how you did it.
Yeah, I used the skill glitch.
Yeah.
I used her own move against her.
Does it one-shot her, or?
It does good. It does kind of good damage, but she has like shadow resistance, and her spell is shadow. It would do more if she didn't have that resistance.
Yeah. Also, unlucky. 3 hits. Or rather...
It's funny to use against Rim because it does like 11k damage each hit.
Wow. That would be nice, because that fight is 24 seconds at its absolute fastest in this sort of run. And spoilers, we fight ourselves. This is what I was talking about. Like, you can see the bar there, and it goes up pretty quick. And you can attack and stuff. But you die really quick.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I could see it being possible because Majinkan you can jump, Aqua Edge you can jump, and I use that like in Labyrinth and stuff. So it could be possible, but it's whatever. And now Reed's going to eat the bear, which is Reed, and make him into like, I don't know, jerky, whatever. I don't know why Safer even shows him that. I guess it's like, put yourself in their place kind of deal. And Reed's kind of an unlikely hero because he's not very intelligent. He only really knows how to fight and hunt. And it's not like even trained fighting. He taught himself. But I mean, in the third trial, the second trial actually, we find out everything is our fault. And now we come out, and I like this part because he just like gets scared of Merity because he just got eaten by the party. And now the most RNG part of the run is coming up, and I made a safety save just barely in time before this, which is after Ifrit's Cavern in case something goes wrong. I'm gonna say this, it probably won't happen, but it is theoretically possible to get stuck there for the rest of my life. Just saying. If I keep getting sent back to the start. But yeah, before that we have to grab the GPS to find out where the cavern is. If you try to go there before it won't open. And on Infeeling's side, there's also a place left behind by Ifrit. He's been to both roads. Of course, because this whole relay point we'll see later is his creation. Somehow. I mean, in this game it seems like Ifrit's some god. And like in there, you have to actually get for the tomb. You have to get the coordinates, or you're supposed to, from the relay point. But you don't even have to see them. You just have to go into the room, talk to the machine, and leave. And that's it. Also, me wiggling the ship doesn't do any speed increase. It actually slows it down. I just do it because I get bored. And like, Ifrit must have had a diary or something, because chat knows like all this stuff. It's weird. She's really young. And we're going there because we need the eye fish, which is our first ship upgrade, and the only one we get in this run. And the other one is the iBird, which is like our airship, and we don't get this for this. You only need it for the Valkyrie. And even then, it's not technically necessary. Like with how I mentioned, well, I didn't mention it here, but there's the invisible Vanasha bug. I've read about it, never gotten it to happen. You can get to Glimmer Spire early that way. But you cannot actually leave it without another bug. This game does have its bugs. If you fight 256 battles in one location without saving or loading or leaving, weird things happen. Like if I did it on the overworld, it would teleport me to Russians right away. I would actually be screwed if I did it now. I believe you cannot get your ship. And there's other things that happen with that in other locations. Here I just go in reverse, because the turning circle is going to be less later and therefore saves time. And I like to go in reverse for it. This place. This is the RNG fest. Okay. I don't want to talk about every spot, but yeah, we're in a giant board game. You roll a roulette wheel, and you move the spaces it tells you. I'm gonna do my menu real quick though. I gave Farah the emerald ring now, so it lowers her cost for healing, just for safety. Ah, that's right. Now I do fringing. Now I do this because I'm going to be using sharpness. Actually, I'll make a safety save after this part. 5. 5 is the best possible roll at the start. You move the spaces, it says there's 3 different types of encounters. You can get poisoned as well, you can get fire on you, which does nothing, earth on you, like a rock falls on you. There's bombs, there's like torches you have to light. There's spaces that make you go back 3 spaces or 6. There's one space, space number 22, you want to avoid because it sends you back to the start. Now we have our first encounter. A bunch of water stuff, so we use the Voltic Sword for safety.
So, if you haven't figured it out already, this is the main part of the run that pretty much kills any and every run that you might have. It's very, very RNG or luck-based, whichever word you want to use for it.
Yeah, like you can have an amazing run, get to this point, lose like 2 minutes like I did in my last one, which would have PB'd by a lot. Yeah. I do have to pay attention to what space I'm on. I do not want to roll a 1. Okay. A 1 would have sent me back 6 spots. There's some you have to roll a 1 or a 2 as well. Here, this is easy. We light these. Okay, I do not want to roll a 1 no matter what. Okay, we're safe. That spot right there, that 1, would have sent me back to the beginning. And you can get sent back any amount of times. Now these bombs, they're on a timer, 8-second timer. You can outrun it, but it's whatever. It's about 100 to 200 damage, it doesn't matter. I run around because I get bored. You can take no damage if you barely move at the start. You can also manipulate the wheel to move it 1 number ahead more reliably, like I'm doing. It's kind of whatever. It's actually difficult to get the timing. You have to like rhythmically do it. So yeah, I'll just run and I'll get into position where I want. It's just something to do.
Oh yeah, the bombs. I was gonna mention, did you know if you sort of inch away from it, there's like a little radius that it won't move at all, and you can actually be out of range from getting hit by the explosion.
Yeah. There is encounter. But we saw I got sent back 6. Okay, that's not bad encounter. I always check because some of these I don't have memorized as well. I don't want to see the bad encounter, but I have a certain way of doing it. You're ambushed, there's 2 mobs to your left, 4 on your right. I actually considered maybe trying to use chat here. I haven't done it yet. I haven't tested it yet, so I'm not going to do that. It might be worth looking into.
That's easily the worst one.
Yeah, but luckily I haven't hit it yet. And I have to do a bunch of menuing during it because it's basically my strat is kill them before they kill you. I actually don't like this one worse than the C-spin. I consider the C-spin the easiest. And there's why. Because Reed tends to die for me. Because he's Dragon Teeth. And every time Sharpness is cast, by the way, it resets your bite down a little bit. Because it has water in it. So it takes longer to cast the fireballs. Now my PB is actually very difficult to beat at this. I only had 1 encounter. And no go backs or anything. It was almost godlike. I did have a godlike one up earlier though. Oh my god. At least it's not the encounter. So yeah, you get to the end and they're like, too bad, go back. And there we go, we're through. This is why I gave myself 15 minutes extra.
Could have been worse, but not bad. You didn't get sent back to the beginning.
Got sent back 6 times earlier after my godly one in practice earlier, and I was like, oh my god. Good thing I had it happen then, though.
The funny thing about the ending of this place is the last 2 squares.
The last
All
3,
prevent
man.
you from doing it. Yeah.
The third to last, you have to roll a 1 or a 2. So if you roll a 1, you get into a fight. And if you roll the 2, you get sent back 3, and it can cause this annoying chain.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I've definitely had that happen before.
Yeah. That whole place is just your nightmare when you play this. I mean, I made it look easy, but I didn't get the bad encounters, so there you go. And even though I have a very set way of doing it, it can still wipe. Oh. Let me do a real quick safety save in case some freak accident happens. Maybe a meteorite hits my house. Because I don't want to do that again. Now we have our eyefish. I don't want to know how to learn it, so I tell it no. And chat. Chat reminds me of Rita. Really loves technology. Although, chat's not a caster where if you decide to use her, all the enemies follow you and are really annoying. Which is my experience with Vespi. And here I opt to reverse into these caves instead of turn around. Just save some time. Even if I slightly miss it, I can just go a bit forward and go back in. Because you can tell where they are because they make bubbles if you're looking at them. But I just use the map to reverse. And I'm collecting 5 silver cages to put into the relay point, which already has one, totaling 6. That will open up the Bridge of Expedition or something like that. Oops. I do this so randomly. I just have my finger on R1 and I shoot the ring.
Yeah, after that adrenaline rush that is that cave, it sort of calms down for like majority of disc 2.
Yeah, we're done with all fights on disc 2, by the way. We have 2... Okay, that's not true. Any boss fights. We have the trial fights, which are whatever.
Yeah. Worst that could happen at this point is on one of the trials, Lil Mary gets killed somehow.
I don't even understand that so much. Sometimes she auto-reses and sometimes she doesn't. So weird. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna stop by Shadow's Cave. I'm not fighting him. Nor do I even have the means to defeat him. Not reliably. He is insanely difficult. He has a counter move that one-shots you and immobilizes your party. They cannot be damaged, but you can't move. He has these 2 dolls with him that regen 3000 health every few seconds, and your ambush is awful. I have a very good setup for other category to do it, which is again max. But this is necessary to view because it opens up the Pink Miakus event in Tinsia, which gives us Aqua Spiral. So even though we watch this, it's necessary. I'm also not going to reverse for this next one. It's a little slower, but I don't like missing it.
And yeah, it is very, very important that we get Aqua Spiral here.
Ugh, I would not want to do this without it.
Yeah, imagine doing the rest of the game without it.
Kind of like doing whole bosses with Og's first weapon. Which I had to do.
I made that mistake of actually doing a run of this. I forgot to pay the man to get the impulse cannon. That was the worst thing ever.
Yeah. And like in my case, it took too long to even get Photon Ray at that point. So I just continued. Oops, where am I going? I just missed a cave. Normally I back up into that.
Don't worry, that's happened to me before too.
Yeah, during my PB, I actually got lost because I tried to reverse into the cave before this, and I got lost underwater somehow. I just got confused and I lost, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 seconds.
Like it never crossed your mind, but some of those caves you can easily miss them if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, and like the map doesn't help that well because it's like topographical. I mean, it helps me now. I actually do use it for its use, but I never liked it casually. I had no idea where I was going.
Hey, yeah, that sword right there was a Swordian Demlos, but you can't take that out until you beat the Valkyrie boss, which is a really late game boss and an extra boss.
Mm-hmm. She's very easy though if you have the Darius emblem, so don't worry. If you don't have it, well, you're gonna have a fun fight. And I don't, I think I kind of touched on it, but there I put that in a certain order because I want Akil to not walk across the screen. Because again, it's faster if I run and hit the triggers at the closest point to where he'd walk. And now this is 1 minute 38 seconds right here of essentially an auto scroller. The game's gonna play itself right now. And this is where you could have your second break to go to the bathroom or get something to eat or whatever. When I use the Orbis barrier, I always call it Orbis barrier, but it's the bridge. Whenever I use it later, it's not going to do this again. But right now, we're actually heading back to Inferior via this, so it's going to invert and we magically float down. And I could go back in and go to the Orbis barrier and stuff, but nothing's gonna happen. You do have to do the trials in order, I'm pretty sure. And for this second trial, I'm only going to get one encounter because I used the Holy Bottle outside of the first one. In these trials, you do get encounters. That Egg Bear one, I would have gotten an encounter if I had not used it there. Or sometime, you know, within the step counter before it. But my usage makes me have to use it there because if I don't use it right outside the trial, I'll get 2 encounters in trial 2, and there's a problem that can happen if you do get 2 encounters. One of the encounters can poison you. You can block it, the attack, and not get poisoned, but if you don't, you get poisoned and you can die to the second encounter, so you want to only get 1. And I mean, if I didn't use out this trial, I could use it here, like in a bit, as long as I do it before I enter. And here, the top wheel is faster, but for some reason this is the only part in the game you can only use the bottom one. You cannot use the top one. But luckily for us, like, yeah, the game is really calm for now, until Disc 3. And then we have some annoying slash difficult fights that require pretty good setup. And one of them, good luck. It's not run ending or anything, but it's super annoying if Yidis does not treat me kindly. Also, those stairs, I have a tough time navigating for some reason. And now, Kyo's gonna check out that machine we saw a bit ago, and there's like a cutscene later. I don't even know what it does. Shows something cool. And Miri goes with him, and all the characters are like starting to, you know, get closer and develop their relationships. And Farah's just gonna wait for us. And yeah, during that first trial, the Aurora art that I got, which you get from each of these, you get one, was Aurora Wall. Won't be using it in this run, but it's pretty useful because it cancels any arts in progress. Except for like Eternal Finality, you can't use it for that. You have to use Aurora Wave, which is the third one. And this one we get Aurora Sword, which is really cool looking skill, but it won't be used in this run, has no place. As of yet. If it had a place, it would only be useful against Hyades and possibly Ram, but that's really difficult. And yeah, now we are child killed. We get to experience his life as a kid. Kind of weird, but now we actually get our backstory of like the main antagonist and us. Like when I refer to main antagonists, I mean like Shizao and Nerid, so like I call them both that. Because I mean they're like one being now. And so Reed, Farah, and Kyo, they're gonna go play. Somewhere where they shouldn't be playing. It's locked up, and it's locked for a reason. We see Farah's dad here. He's still sane. That's going to change. Farah stole the key from like their house, his office, whatever. Puts it in. And we're gonna go because she wants like star stones or something. From the bottom. I don't know how she knows about those there, but she does. But this place is like super off limits. You shouldn't be here, kind of deal. I'll say it's not like 100% our fault, but we do cause the events to set in motion. And here, you could camp if you want to. Because Kyo cannot actually defeat these enemies, maybe you could come up with a cool way to do it, but it would be super slow and terrible, and you do like 1 damage. So they let you rest. And here we get our only encounter. It can be a snake, a wolf, or a bee. I want to see a snake. That's not the arrowhead though. And it is faster to turn around really quickly and block, as opposed to getting hit, which knocks you away from the edge and you're not running away. I know that a wolf will attack right away though, and a snake is kind of the same. If you get hit and the enemy decides to stay there, it'll hit you a second time and then I'll run away. But a bee will come up, has like terrible timing for guarding it. It has no real tell. And it can sting you and poison you, and then another encounter will kill you. And there's that. And yeah, we get found out. We get our stone. Farah's dad is going to go in and check on things. And this is actually going to be him getting possessed by Nerid. If he hadn't come in here, the world would be fine. But I mean, someone would have done this eventually. At some point. Nerid was sealed here.
seriously thought when you got to this part that you'd have to do some little stealth thing to get out. But no, you just get let out. They let you go free. So it is faster to submerge than to being on top of the water and sailing normally. Also, your mic is muted. I don't know if you know that or not.
Holy crap, I didn't know that. I'm not sure how long I was talking. It's okay. This is trial where a woman wishes out. I'll just summarize what I said. Her spell and attack damage is the same. This first fight I'm gonna run from. We're really high level, so we don't have to fight this. We have to protect Meredy. She's pretty good at protecting herself. Her evasion's high. And this is like the backstory of what happened with them, and we can see. Go ahead. Like, she'll block these guards if you let her. There's a way to do this.
Got it muted on Discord. I can't hear you anymore.
Oh my god, how'd that happen? I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know.
Whatever, man. Okay, I actually got hit. If you sit here and spam the button, this is the best way to do it. It's Spark Wave. She has Holy Lance, Cure, which we don't need. I don't remember the... Ray. I think Ray is the last one. Now, we can't run from that fight. Yeah, we just have to fight it. We have 2 more fights we have to do. You can do this in 4 Spark Waves, but it requires retargeting, and that's too slow. Now sometimes one of these guys can bounce out, and it's gonna take you another, but yeah. Typically just spam it, you'll get it. No, we can't actually go out that door. If we try to, Giselle's gonna stop us. We have to go down here. And our final fight. Then we got some story. Now luckily Meredy knows to stand back based on formation. I could tell her to go forward, but that's not a good idea. Yeah, like that. That guy bounced out, so it takes a bit longer. I think Meredy's smarter as a kid, because during some fights, as an adult, if you move, she'll follow you. Even though her formation isn't set to that. The characters can act really weird, especially if they're backed into a corner. They'll try to run to the other side of the screen, and that's usually bad. Now we find out that Hyades betrays us, and this other random guy, I don't know his name. Doesn't matter, he's gonna die soon. But like, they betray us and attack us. And it's all pretty sad. And I guess Belir wasn't strong enough. And Giselle just slaps him. That's pretty good. And yeah, Belir gets shot. And somehow that guy at the rear didn't shoot Giselle. And now Giselle gets shot, and for some reason Nereid's talking to her, wants her to give her soul over to him, and in her moment of weakness, she does. And it lets forth a great, strong power. I think she already had the dark divine aura within her, kind of like with Reed and Ross, and that's why that works. Meredy survives because she actually has it as well. You find that out after you fight Rem. A little bit of spoilers there, but that's how she lives. And that's also why like the first trial shot her so far back. She is not allowed in that stuff. However, Meredy's a pretty good person. and pretty good character design. And now we get our wave, and we will use this. Maybe my strat for Shizel. I usually have to do it, but it makes it easier. There's two ways to do it, and it's just preference, kinda. I don't even know what that sound is that they have. This big quake on the barrier. I know there's a cutscene here of this laser shooting out, I believe, at the barrier. If I can touch it. I'm gonna skip it. And it shoots like a straight line through this ring. However, there's other openings off to the side somehow, which doesn't really add up, but there you go. And I don't know what they talk about here, but Reed tracks kill side. And now we're going to leave and attempt to smash into the castle via two guns, the one at Belier Castle and one on our ship. And this is the end of disc 2. In a second after this little cutscene. What happens is we go to shoot it and it like doesn't work, and the ship gets like tossed around. And I'm not sure how like everyone survived inside the ship, but they do. Like the Orbis barrier is like water. And now our strats for bosses are going to get a bit more interesting.
This, in my opinion, is the most interesting part of the run.
Yeah. Not this particular part. This is just like another flashback because Reed is like knocked out after that ship stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And like Farrah's blaming herself for like what happened. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but yeah, it's kind of true. It's all their fault. There's a lot of people to blame. But the city survives and people move on. And Farrah did eventually as well.
Oh, it is her fault.
Hmm.
She blamed herself so hard that she exiled herself from the village and went to go train the Regulus dojo for, I think, they said 6 years? I forgot how long it was.
Hmm. She gets pretty strong and she can fight in that weird farmer getup, which you see in the opening. Doesn't look very fun because it's a dress. Now we just collect our party. The Miakiss and Quickie are playing, and I have to give this guy 160,000 gold. 40,000, 40,000, and 80,000. The first two get us a couple guns, but we want the third one. The Impulse Cannon is the strongest we can get at the moment, and Max's like spells, they're based off his attack strength. which is unique to him. If you don't count like chat's Eternal Hammer. And Pharah's Deadly Force, which is technically a spell. However, it has an annoying property to it, which could show itself later because of the way I do Water Elemental now. And it can randomly knock back the enemy. Photon Great would be amazing because it can randomly lower the defense of an enemy, but it still wouldn't have much use. Just make sure I did enough. Yep. And the scene before this is basically said, help, we're under attack at the cannon. And Hydas is there. And before that we're gonna do this event. Get Aqua Spiral. And if Hydas 3 is not mean to me, it'll go well. I think here it's like Keel wants to look at the Miakas, but Max is protective of them and doesn't want him to. He wants to catch all of these. So yep, he gets struck by lightning and has just a moment of clarity. And now he's way, way stronger. Aqua Spiral hits 6 times as opposed to like Burning Force being... may as well be 0. There are weird things that can happen with it, but it probably won't happen. Well, like only half the attack goes through. Now I'm just gonna do my menuing now. This is Pharah with him. Switch to him. I need to do something. I have to trash these fish so I can cook. And now I gave Max the warrior symbol and mystic symbol to up, you know, the warrior symbol ups attack by 10%, so I give him that. And the mystic symbol cuts casting time in half. And you can also shorten for him, just like with Keel. Now a safety save. Now, Hydas can opt to bring these hands up out of the ground. They are unblockable because they come from the ground. And he can just... it's used to interrupt casters, and he can just keep hitting me with it. That's why I'm going to allow Meredy to cast for a bit. I'm also going to turn on Sharpness. Forgot to do that. Only because I start the battle like this. And she's gonna dish out the items. Now I'm gonna do something for safety for the Elementalists. I'm gonna allow her to cast Grave to make sure it's at 9 bite. Okay, he actually rolled an evasion check and blocked that Aqua Spiral. I can tell by the sound. Now I have to be careful when I do my menu. Even if it causes Reed to die. Because if I do an input to say, okay, use this item, and it's on the final frames of Aqua Spiral, it'll actually count as like 2 inputs. I'm actually going to use orange on myself here. And it will proc Aqua Cure. I don't want to see that. And there we go. For clarity, he has 128,000 health, I believe. He got ripped to shreds, kind of. We're doing like almost 20,000 for Aqua Spiral, I think. Maybe like 15,000. He did block one. And now we actually have 6 mini bosses and 2 bosses remaining. Giselle and Nair, it's a 2-phase fight, so I count it as one really. Even though I usually split after Giselle. So we saved the day. We have the Inferians here, Rowan and Zosimov. They're representing them. And we're gonna come up with some sort of treaty and work together to save the world. And now they're gonna want us to get like this giant lens that they're gonna make. Well, they want us to get the Galaxy Stone, which is like a material that they think exists nowhere. And they describe basically the Star Stones that Farah wanted in the beginning of Trial 2 or whatever, as a kid. So we're gonna go to regular snow and we're gonna get those. And I'm gonna be extra safe with my holy bottles there. If you get an encounter there, it's about a 1.5 time loss. We are very underleveled. The enemies outside are actually higher level than the ones inside. Inside the cave, that is. And I have gotten an encounter there before, and that's how I know how bad that is. I am far more worried about outside than inside. Now, it is worth knowing you can get max earlier in the run. You can have them for like Ifrit's Cave, but you don't have Aqua Spiral. You can have Windblade. Unfortunately, it sucks, and you have to sit through this long cutscene to get them. And again, we end up going underwater because it is faster to do it this way. And I just go in reverse because it's less of a turning circle.
It's kind of ridiculous how overpowered Aqua Spiral is compared to his other skills. It's just night and day. Luckily for us, though, I'm not complaining one bit.
Yeah, and you could like link it with like Elemental Master and stuff, but we don't get that. You need to get all his others, I believe.
Yeah, then you have to go to Ginny.
Yeah. This is our second to last use of this relay station. We have to go to Inferior. Like, Aqua Spiral's damage is so insane. You'll see it'll tear up the Elementals in 2 shots. Ideally. Except the water one, but I have a nice special strat I'm gonna do for that. I have never done it in a run, and I haven't shown it off yet, so I'm gonna show it. I'll talk about it when I get there, but yeah, it can have one problem with the knockback. And now we can use our board again, thankfully. I'm gonna move on the water so I don't get my encounter number step counter down. Normally I just like go to it, but I'm being safe. And I dismount because it's hard to enter that place on your board. You don't have to dismount, but I do it for this one. You know, I'll be super safe. Now, our final camping trip of the run. This one is really short though compared to the others. Probably the shortest. No, I don't even remember what to talk about.
I think they just talk about the past in this one.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Like when Farah got killed and Reed to have some kind of competition to go get. I think she called them star bits or something like that.
Okay, I wasn't actually super safe there. My super safe way is I use it after camping, but thankfully I realized it's not that bad. It was about 5 steps off getting an encounter on average. There are useful items, like this item right here is an elixir, but I'm not gonna bother to grab it. And this dungeon actually has a gimmick to it. Certain screens, when you run on them, you have your TP of the party get drained. And you know that because there's red particles at your feet. In other screens, it heals, and there's green particles. So that's why I'm gonna wait to do my menuing before run. Normally I do it on my final holy bottle of the dungeon to save time, but yeah, I'm gonna do it before run for this. And this is actually gonna take me a second to menu because it's the way I'm doing it is new for me. And I have to make sure it's correct. There's 2 ways to do this. You can use Keel to do hit stun with the fireball. However, that has one slight problem that can happen. And you don't cast when Fog Max is using his Aqua Spiral. So you're relying on Reed to help keep Rem under control. And the other way, which is what I normally do, is just use Max. And you time Demon Hammers or whatever with Fireball and stuff. And that is the fastest way. I use like 2 warrior symbols, but I'm not going to do that. If I miss, it can be bad. If she comes to the left, that's a wipe. She can throw her light ball around, that's terrible. Okay, swapped Keel. I believe I keep this formation. Yeah, this will work. Let's do this. Sonic. Lightning. And now equips. And cooking. Now this is a combination of both strategies. I'm gonna actually let Max do things as he pleases. I normally don't let the AI rely on anything, but after every shot he's gonna run forward for a second and shoot, and I could tell him to do it manually and stuff, but nah. What's gonna happen is Max is gonna constantly be using Aqua Spiral. I'm gonna open up with a Grave because Grave and Windblade are the only way to prevent Rem from casting if she decides to at the start. It can cause like a sound bug and stuff. And then I'm going to let Reed do this. And that should be fine. It's a bit sketchy at first because she's so high, and I'm going to contain her when I'm unable to cast using Sonic Blade and hope that Max is able to do things how I want. I'm going to back up here. I'm actually going to tell him to do it. Because I'm kind of low on TP. I didn't restore mine. He'll react faster this way. Ooh, that was only a half hit. She evaded. And there you go. I just came up with this strat 2 days ago. That time was about average. He missed a shot and she evaded half of a shot. So it could have been faster. About 29 seconds. That fight I was actually pretty worried about. So that's why I had to like come up with that. Now we see like Merity has the dark divine aura, it's called, and we escape and take her out of here because Rem's not strong enough to hold it off. But it turns out she's just fine. And now I have to make one more detour before the castle. Wow, 2 I guess. One of them is a bit longer, it's story stuff at the Safer Observatory. And the other is at Belir Castle. We have to drop the stone off. And again, I use that holy bottle at the end of the dungeon, so I don't have to use it on the roadmap when I get here, because it's slower. Now I only need to use one more bottle for the rest of the run.
Oh, I asked you the question earlier, but you had your mic muted. So submerging is actually faster than going across normal.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I had a feeling it was just by looking at the GPS.
Yeah, and like again, like reversing is the same speed as going forward, as long as you're not on the Orb of Despair or in the Ivern. So sometimes you can even reverse, which I will do. But yeah, it's definitely faster, even on pace 1. Submerging and then the load screen for submerging and remerging is about 6 seconds, maybe more. And here, no matter how I do this really, I actually have to turn left. When you resubmerge, you're put in specific locations, not where you actually were. when you surface, not recent edge. Also, just felt I should point it out, these laser sounds are really obnoxious. I dislike them. And that's why I like mash as fast as possible for this.
What? That bothers you?
Dude, it does. That and like the organs for like the Mount Farlow stuff and trade stuff bug me too.
Man.
That's it. I'm happy with the rest. There's some good music and stuff in this, I'll admit. Like the battle music for Celestia bosses. Which, if you fight Guardian, you have like the cool music, and if you load and go into him right away, the music hasn't loaded, so you get the inferior battle music. So you can manipulate it. There's also other weird, there's so many awkward glitches and stuff. But a lot of them just aren't like useful. I didn't bother explaining like the skill glitch much, just because it's not part of this run. The English version one. I was wondering if you had to actually be on a new game plus file with one hardcore battle to use the extensions of Maxwell using that glitch. I thought I tested it before and it crashed the game, but I can't remember.
You mean using the skill glitch to use Dual Assault and all the extensions?
Yeah, I don't know if you can do it on new game.
I did it on new game. It's really weird. I'm trying to remember what it was because I looked into it and why it crashed. I think it was if since I used it with Keel, if Merity is casting a spell at the same time or something, then you can't do it because it'll crash. It's really weird. I don't know why it does that, but there's a lot of like really weird.
Yeah, there's so many crashes.
I did find some really cool things with it that would actually benefit in the run. I'd have to look more into it. I was looking into like doing a run with the skill glitch, but I have to do more research on it.
Yeah, that's gonna take forever to route. There's so much to it. It's gonna be cool to see it though, just see everything get destroyed.
Oh, no doubt it'll be a really broken run.
Here we have our last large story section for each character. They kind of have their own things to talk about. Chat is playing with Cookie. And now she's getting over like her hatred of animals. And I actually like two parts of this cutscene because they're kind of awkward. The part before the Kratos do the talking, it just shows Max looking out the top of the Venosha for a few seconds, and that's it. Doesn't say anything, just silent. And at the end, Galanos is just standing there watching us go. And there's no like dialogue there. We just leave and go. And now Galanos is like, oh, I'll leave you two alone. He gets what's up. Okay,
Huh.
I didn't want to talk during the romantic scenes.
That's really weird. In the English version, there's a different song that plays here.
Is there? Yeah, like the ending
Yeah,
song is different too.
yeah. I didn't think I knew those would be changed, but I didn't think like any songs in the cutscenes would change. I've never heard this song before.
Mm. I'll have to listen to the English one. I haven't heard it in a long time then. Not enough to notice that. Cutscene that I always forget to skip. I could definitely make the run a bit faster with my menuing if I had not bad memory, but yeah. I think it's okay because I do have my holy bottle usage memorized. It's just my general notes. Alright. And here we go. There's another cutscene. Very small. One more FMV and then win. And there they shot the Dark Matter. And we shot it, I believe, as well. And it busted open. Now we see this cool mermaid tail castle. We are getting kind of close to time, yeah. I have 6 mini bosses and then the final boss, which has 2 phases.
Yeah, but they're all up in the same area.
Mm-hmm. If you go up there, you can get the Darkness Orb and some good items and stuff. And that's how you get the Eyebird. That plus the Ifrit's Tomb. I didn't do my menuing. I'll do it later. That was also my final holy bottle. If you go back in this elevator, you can go down and that takes you to Secunda's, the Kramer of Time. He is a beast. If you fight him casually, he probably destroys you a lot. It is quite the level check. If I tried to fight him as Reed, he'd destroy me too.
Oh yeah, you do get a lot of lows in this place. I just saw your levels are 36.
What am I missing? I forgot what I was doing for a second. Fortunately, with the way I do Rem now, my cool menuing sequence is gone. Let me double check this. Grave. Sorry, that's everything. How many ingredients do I have? Yeah, whatever, I'll cook. Now if I do this right, I can do this quickly. I can get 2 at once. I missed... that was bad spacing. Okay, I missed twice, I'm gonna do it this way. You can shoot them while they're on the one that's before it, and there's like 1 frame where you can do it and they'll hit the next one. Now here I opt for Demon Twist, which is different from what Baron does. And it's because of the properties of it. Also, I'm gonna also cast Grave at the start on that dude to make sure he doesn't cast. I opt for Grave because Grave hits him in the face. And if Farah gets hit, it can actually cancel the Elemental's attack and keep her alive. Also, Reed can jump over the laser. And there you go, Aqua Spiral at work. If the fight's done, well, it's about 14 seconds. But yeah, what happens is, if he hits you with melee, he goes into this 3-hit combo. It doesn't work if you guard. And it'll kill both Farah and Reed in one combo. It'll kill any of us. But it's like a short range thing. And he will never go into melee while, while it has ads up. So it'll always cast until they die. But yeah, each of these has like this gimmicky puzzle you have to do. And here we want the red on the left and the blue on the right. And that one didn't get in the right spot. So there we go. You are on the timer, so we push it beforehand. And here I didn't bother to cook because I don't really care. So I'm gonna use sharpness. I normally don't do my gather strat anymore, but you can gather them. To pull them out, but it's a lot of times doesn't work. I'm gonna actually heal during the next puzzle, just because sometimes it's so much loading that the game can't keep up. And you can't transition to like the next screen. It's weird. It's just a limitation with like loading. And here we are in the Earth. This is the fastest possible route. If you take this route, you will get it every time. Some of these don't actually connect, so it's supposed to be random, but this works every single time. And I'm gonna use a couple pine gels. The reason for that is these guys give an elixir and a pine gel after every battle. I think pine gel might be random. Or not, I don't know. I want to make sure that I like make maximum use of items. I told Melody to defend there, that way she's not using a spell when I want her to use an item, in case Reed or Fair dies, because I want them to get their levels. You gain like 2 levels every fight for a while, and then it'll be like 1 every, and those stats, they matter a lot. It's all in preparation to speed up the final fight, and you have to do these anyways. And I skipped a pillar there because that's the water one. I'm going to be doing something a bit different. I have to do the menuing for that anyways for Giselle, so I may as well do it last. Here you have to make sure this thing gets to the end. So I just mess around a bit and try to do these quick spins. Quick TP check. Whether you use one more Aqua Spiral or not is actually dependent on these Gravekeeper enemies with these, and if they keep hitting Farah, it'll make the fight take longer. These are very good elementals so far. Just saying. Basically, you just have to like harness the power of each Greymouth to make this cool rainbowy light and take it to get to where Gazelle is. Here we have a neat wind puzzle. We have to move these a certain way. You could go to the door, but it's locked, so we have to hit switch. And I'm actually going to hold up left and run, and it's going to let me pass the final one without triggering it, which is nice. They put defense on, did I? Okay, he did get Cyclone off. That sucks. And that caused a sound bug for a second. Sometimes when you're casting and they cast spells, you can get like weird sound glitches. It's okay. It only lasts a moment. I kind of thought that one would not go so good because I said they were going good. A bit of a jinx.
I don't know if you noticed this, but one thing that I've noticed with the Elementers is whenever you're casting something and they try to, you get priority over them.
Really? Sometimes well, that one he beat me. They are kind of weird, like sometimes they seem to cast way too fast. I know Dark Force is a fast casting time. Also, this is the fastest way to do this. I don't think this is how you're supposed to, but how I do it. And I got that on the first try. You're not supposed to be able to push that down like that, but it did anyways. Alright, special strat. It'll take me a second to set this up because I'm not used to it. Orange.
That is interesting. Was that in the TAS?
Yes.
Huh.
That's why I did it. Strategy is default. And we need to cook. I think that's everything for this one. Now this is going to be a bit different looking. I'm going to use the water weapon against the water elemental, which should do 1 damage. But like I said, blade weapons are different. I didn't chain it into Sonic Chaos, but that's fine. Also, I shouldn't have done that, so I'm happy he hit me because I made an error. There, please cooperate. Okay, this is gonna be a bit slower because that happened. That's mainly because I didn't come at him at the start. If you do it correctly, he'll be locked in the corner. And it's a 17-second fight. This was not. But regardless, that was still faster than using Burning Force. The reason I messed it up was I went to do a second Aqua Spiral when you shouldn't. And I just came up with that, like a... Actually, I shouldn't say it. I think that was in Beam Crash's CS. And I just edited it to make, you know, a bit more human friendly. Oh, no, this is good. Now you can use Q here or you can use Max. Farah, sorry. Farah is a bit better at controlling by knocking down and makes Nerid easier, but Kyo is better for phase 1 to get the quick kill, which means she doesn't do Eternal Finality. However, if she decides to cast it at the start, you will never beat her out, because she is invulnerable to all damage while she is casting. If you touch her, she has flames around her, and you take damage. And I need to make sure to have at least 100 TP on Reed at this fight and the next fight. She can do it during the second phase for a Royal Wave. And she's not going to go and use Finality Dead End, because you have to get her really low and the fight has to drag on. I don't know how long, but you're not going to see Infinity Reviser or whatever it's called. Infinity Reviver? Yeah. Which would normally end the battle. But I'm going to beat her using Max, and hopefully all goes well. And I'll type this out too, so who knows.
I don't know what your time usually is when you get here. This is close to a PE.
Dude, I don't even know. But yeah, like I just typed in Discord, time is on black screen after the final shot on Nerid.
Yup.
Oops. I am not going to use a flare bottle because I only have 3 left and I want them for Nerid.
First form dies pretty fast anyway.
Dies in 3 Aqua Spirals if it doesn't phase through her, which it can. Like that. And now she's casting. That was just unlucky, really. Maybe she was casting already. So we might not see Finality skip here. Yeah, damn. 1 shot off. However, this does heal us to full, which is useful for going into fight 2. Damn, that missed too. That is a problem with this strat sometimes. That's fine. No, it's okay that Farah's frozen. She's going to get unfrozen for phase 2. And we just gained 2 levels, so now we're at level 49. Or we should be. And if this goes well, it's going to be about 9 Aqua Spirals. 8, 9, depends. This fight is difficult. If she casts Pluto, that attack hits like the whole screen. It's awful. You can talk during this if you want. I'm not gonna talk.
Alright. I'm still like 11 seconds behind because of the stream.
Yeah. I do also fully buff for this.
So, first thing he's gonna do is buff Max with sharpness and a flare bottle, and he's gonna put Merity on defense. Just in case anybody needs some heals from items. One of the dangerous things that this boss can actually do is she can move really fast and phase through everyone and get to the very back of where Max is right now. If that happens, it can turn into a complete mess. Max has a lot of HP at this point in the game. She'll mainly try to attack him since, for some reason, she sees him as the main threat, which is actually right. But she'll mainly just use spells, and like we said before, when she's casting spells, she's invincible. Which can also mean any of the Aqua Spirals that he shoots at her can phase right through her.
Uh-oh. I need one more.
This is still a dangerous boss, even with Max. I've actually died to her before.
She came to the left.
Uh-oh.
And time.
I hope Ghoul's there.
I hope so. She won't use Penalty Dead End if you don't have Reed in the party. If you aren't using him, she can use it still.
Really? Oh, he was there. All right. 451.56.
Okay, not bad. That's a little over 2 minutes off PB. Couple kind of shaky fights. Ifrid. It's Ifrid, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you put the extra time on there in case of that.
Yeah, I mean, if
don't blame
anything
you
goes
for it.
wrong, you just blame Ifrid.
That's the main run killer of the game, so.
Yeah, those are pretty good fights. I think a couple of them were a bit shaky. I can't remember. That Sylph was amazing. The Nerd fight could have been better if she didn't come to left. But yeah. I kind of slowed menuing on a couple parts just because I was being safe with the safer stats.
Don't worry about it. It's a marathon. Don't have to shoot for PBs here.
Yeah, I'm happy. That cutscene's useless. Am I playing the cutscenes? I don't know. I can always fight, if we don't watch cutscenes, I could show people Secundas if they really wanted to see it.
That's up to them.
It's supposed to be a hard fight. Yeah, I wanted to see Destiny also. I have to beat that still though. I'd done a lot on it, but didn't finish. I can do both. Go. Okay. I'll let one song play a bit. I'm gonna skip the first credits with the pictures, and I'll let the other one play. That song is different. I kind of want to play. We're like 2 hours ahead, huh? I mean, I have files set up for like all the bosses anyways. If I really had to show them, and except for Nerid, because obviously I have to do the lab.
Yeah, an occurring thing with extra dungeons in the Tales of series is they never let you save in the dungeons, so you have to do the entire thing from beginning to finish.
Dude, and they all suck, as far as I recall.
Yeah, they do. They have some really annoying gimmick with it that just makes it not fun.
Yep. The labyrinth in this one is on New Game Plus. You can make a game in New Game Plus easily with saving and loading. And in that one, you have to proceed forward. And you randomly find the exit.